Welcome to the March 14th Board of Commissioners meeting. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to take a minute here and have a moment of silence for the people of Japan. They've been suffering through one of the worst nightmares that you can imagine, and I think it gives us all pause to think about them and to keep them in our thoughts over the coming weeks and months and even years. It appears that it's going to be a very difficult time. So please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. First up on the agenda will be the approval of the public meeting minutes for February 28th.
Move they be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Any commissioner comment on the minutes? Hearing none. Any public comment on the minutes? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Board of Commissioners met in executive session this evening. All commissioners were present, and along with staff, I was late to that meeting. And also the Board of Commissioners will be meeting in executive session on Wednesday at 6 p.m. on March 16th and also on March 30th to deal with personnel matters. At this point, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Mahoney, thank you, to take on this next moment. Sorry, Hank.
That's better. In 1986, the township had the very good fortune of hiring a young patrol officer who over the years has demonstrated a commitment to this township and has risen through the ranks as well he should. So tonight I'd like to recognize on behalf of the Board of Commissioners Lieutenant Anthony J. Antonini. AJ? For the last year or so, AJ has helped us out by stepping into the breach and acting as the officer in charge of the Radnor Township Police Department. He's done so with an incredible amount of devotion to duty and very responsibly, and has done just a magnificent job. So, AJ, we have this plaque for you, and I'd like to read it to the audience. Lieutenant Anthony J. Antonini, Radnor Township Police Department. In recognition of your outstanding service as officer in charge of the Radnor Township Police Department from February 2010 through March of 2011. Thank you, Radnor Township Board of Commissioners, dated March 14, 2011. Thank you, sir. AJ.
Real quick, I want to thank everybody in the community giving me this opportunity to serve you out there. I had a good time doing it. I want to thank every one of my officers, because without them, I couldn't have done it as well. Take this time to welcome the new superintendent. Again, thank you very much. Good job. Thank you.
We have an announcement that the Board of Commissioners meeting for March 28th will be held at the Wayne Senior Center. And I assume at this point that is still on?
No,
Bob?
I'm sorry,
No?
you missed the meeting.
I did, yeah.
We're going to
obviously.
change that to the fall.
Okay,
So-
I apologize, that meeting will not be.
So I'll make a motion that we change the meeting place back to here for that date.
That's correct.
Okay, so the Board of Commissioners meeting on the 28th will be here at the Township Building.
We have a motion and a second.
I'll second the motion.
And
Okay,
we'll vote on it.
it's been moved and seconded. All those, I'm sorry, public comment? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 to keep the date at March 28th at this building. Okay, at this point, we have reappointments to the boards and commissions. We have many members of the boards and commissions in our township that are serving, and we're due for renewal of those appointments. And we have, I assume that this memorandum was provided to the public as well, Bob? Mr. Sinkowski? Do we know? Or Bill?
Yes, that's correct. It was in the packets.
Okay,
And
great.
On the online agenda as well.
Okay, so we have the following members that are up for reappointment. I'll just read their names and their boards or commissions. We have Dr. Len Donato and Amy Wishner for the Board of Health, Anthony Vincent for Design Review Board, Bernard Druding on Code of Appeals Board, David Palantonio on the Rental Housing Board, Beverly Barnes, Andrea Pilling, and Cameron Lacey for the Historic Architectural Review Board, and Julia Hurl on Planning Commission, William Thomas on the Shade Tree Commission. And at this point, I would entertain...
I'll move
just-
the
Go ahead.
appointments.
Do I have a second on the move?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Any commissioner comment at this point? Okay, any public comment? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. Sorry about that.
I just had a comment about Beverly Barnes. I see that she works at the county, and I don't understand how that's consistent with the charter.
That's a good question. John Rice, do you have any comment on that? I know there's a prohibition for any member of a board or commission in the township from serving on a second board or commission, but I'm not sure if that prohibition extends to county
There's also something in there about being employed at the county. as I
employed at the
recall.
county.
Why don't I find out what the
Thank you.
position that she has when she was appointed, and I can come back and give the board, well, between now and the 28th, I can give the board an
She's an
opinion on that.
employee.
Yeah.
The prohibition is against our employees being
I
also
thought it
an
was.
employee.
It's employees of, well, let me
Yeah,
look at
let's
it.
see.
I
Do we want
wasn't
to
aware
amend
of
this
it.
motion then to exclude her? And
What you want to do is go ahead and do the appointment subject to my review of whether or not there's a conflict.
okay.
So
As
moved.
stated. Okay. it's
Second.
Moving second. Any further public comment? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
John, before we move on, I just want to point out that there's a mention here of our new CARFAC, which is the Citizens Audit Review and Financial Advisory Committee, which is a new committee. And we have not filled that committee. We are still taking applications for that committee. I think we will be within the next few weeks doing interviews and appointing that committee. So I'm encouraging anyone out there who's interested in this to go ahead and get your resume in. I also wanted to get some confirmation of what this group, I've had a few of residents from my ward call me and ask me what kind of time commitment this is going to be, what kind of work it is. And I want to get out there that this is not the same thing as the CBFAC, which was very intensive. They met very often, and they did a lot of work. This is a different animal, and I'm going to ask Bill to comment on this as well. Can you give an idea of what you see the time commitment for this group is, and such?
Sure. Well, as the exhibit to the resolution that the board adopted noted that the meetings will be at least quarterly. So at a very minimum, it would involve 4 meetings per year. The discussions that take place at those various meetings will depend on the different activities that are going on at the time, but we know definitely that one of them will include the review of the audit results from the township audit, and then other projects that, or items or financial issues that the board would like them to look at as well. So I think the comparison with the CB-FAC is not a good one from the standpoint that the CB-FAC had very specific items to review and a very defined timeline to do it in, whereas this one's an open-ended standing committee that'll have a long-term relationship with the township. So,
All of the meetings will be public, and they'll be for at least a year. So I encourage you all, don't be scared by the amount of work that CB-FAC did and the amount of time they put into it. This is a different animal. It will not be that intense a commitment. Okay, that's fair? A fair assessment?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have a presentation from the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust of their 2010 financials. Are there members that will be presenting on that?
We have a brief statement of the pledged account, and we had a beginning balance of
I'm sorry, could you introduce yourself?
I'm
to
Steve
people at home?
Bages.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mac McCoy expected to be here, but
Okay.
he was unable to come back up from Florida, so I'll stand in for him.
Thank you.
The first account that we have on this one sheet is the pledged account. It shows a beginning balance of a little over $177,000 and the ending balance of $189 and change. We had expenses totaling $29,620.80. You can see them enumerated. There are 5 of them. The largest is the invoice of $28,000 to Bucciarelli, which was for that a portion of the Wayne Station work that was done around North Wayne in front of the train station. We had revenue from the township of $41,648, and then there was also interest of $14.63. So our ending balance is $189,150.14. And you can see the little bit of activity that we had. We joined the Mainline Chamber again for 2 years for $351. That's the activity to date. We're in the process of trying to develop a format, so if you have any suggestions or you want to mark it up anyway, we're all ears.
Steve, could you comment on the recent project? I see the $28,000 Station Road work. Would you want to comment on that project and what the contribution was and how that helped out?
Well, I think there was a lot of work that went into that. Dan and I need to work through the final invoice, and we just got that yesterday or last week, so he and I need to work through that. But there was a lot of there was a sidewalk relocation, a lot of curb work. I think we were able to work with SEPTA, Amtrak, Susan Byrne. There was a lot of activity there, and again, there's more money. There's probably another $20,000 in outstanding invoices that need to be resolved, but we'll work that out. So if you've driven by there, I think it's, much improved in that area.
Even more so if you walk.
Yes.
Any commissioner comment?
Yeah, I have one question. Why is the balance so high? Are you saving for a project?
We really haven't done that much in the past 2 years. I mean, we've been, a lot of this, the prior years, we spent a lot of money on the light standards, but there's, a lot of this is initiated by the township staff. When Mike Flegg was here, he initiated a lot of the stuff. We worked with him. And, we, as a group, we kind of manage the finances. I help out in the field with certain things, but it really requires the township staff to initiate some of this stuff. We kind of go along with the comprehensive plan, some of the things that were done in the comprehensive plan, like the crosswalks, the street lights, things like that.
Steve, I guess I'll just comment. I've certainly been one to be interested in how this RECT functions and what your mission is and what you bring to the table. It's clear to me that this is helping with issues in the downtown district. But what's been brought to my attention is, in speaking with the Wayne Business Association and other business owners, is that there's a perception of a parking issue in Wayne. And one of the things that's being talked about now is a long-term goal to resolve the parking issue. And I guess I would just put this out there, that one thing I would hope for is that this enhancement trust would be a partner in that solution, because most of the funds that we're giving the trust are from the parking fees that we charge. My hope is that if we decide to do some type of a structured parking, whether a parking garage or acquisition of more land in the Wayne Business District, that we could in fact rely on you to come forward, your group, to help defray some of those costs.
No problem.
Okay, I appreciate
We're
that.
very much interested in the parking situation in downtown Wayne, and I think I'll be at your meeting a week from tonight for the parking committee. We have
Okay.
some ideas. Matt Baum and I have been talking about some ideas. I mean, I've always been involved in that parking thing, so we'd like to see more spaces available in downtown Wayne.
Okay, great.
I do think it would be a mistake to conclude that the board wants a parking garage. I don't know that you would have, but just
Yeah,
so
no,
that's clear.
that's-
I mean,
this
that's
is-
Commissioner Fisher's
Yeah.
opinion. I
That's right.
I think a parking garage would be very, very problematic, so I would discourage you from taking any initiative to create a parking garage or contribute to it.
Well, I disagree with him, so let's not get into it because,
Yeah.
you know, we'll have a debate on this tonight, but we have a parking committee
Yeah,
meeting.
we're not
and we'll go from
debating.
there.
I just wanted to convey that information because
Right.
I don't have your phone number, and but I thought it was important to share that. And I would like the community to, whether we're for it or against it, to start thinking long-term, and how do we accommodate the parking needs in Wayne on a long-term basis, a 10 to 20-year basis, instead of the short-term. So.
Well, there's a lot of
just wanna get that out
opportunity
there.
for small amounts of spaces here and there without getting into a structured parking garage. And that's what we'd like to work on initially is, pick up 6 spaces here, 10 spaces there, get surface parking, which is the least expensive. There's a lot of opportunities with existing lots to move some curbs or move some meters around and pick up a lot more parking. The solution to downtown Wayne is really not a high-rise parking garage that's in one point. Shoppers like to park nearby their stores. So I think the real thing would be to have more parking lots scattered around town, and it would be certainly a lot less expensive. But I think that's the kind of thing that we need to kind of meet as a group and talk about that. There's a lot of work that has to go into that. But to answer your question, yes, we're very interested in expanding the parking in downtown Wayne, and we want to be a partner in that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I guess, any further board comment? Any public comment? Thank you, Steve.
Good evening. My name is Christina Peroni. I live at 234 Walnut Avenue. In reading this statement from the Radnor Enhancement Trust, it says here that there's 41,000. Was that what was donated this year? It's a point of question. Just on this proposal, it says 41,000. It says Radnor Township Accounting. And it says deposits. So is that what?
That was the board, in 2010, the board authorized that transfer amount from the parking fees we've collected to the trust. They voted in public to do that.
Okay. So my next question is, how much was donated to the Enhancement Trust that wasn't from Radnor Township? Okay, so there was nothing donated. So then really this is basically an arm of the government. This is all government money from all government taxes. So one of the issues that came up during the whole Bay Shore situation was how this enhancement trust was basically an arm of the government where money was being funneled. And while I appreciate getting this statement, having public disclosure of this right now, I don't feel that Mr. Bagis, who is an owner of real estate in the downtown area, and others who have their own personal self-interest in improving the downtown area, should be the ones deciding on what gets done. There seems like an inherent conflict of interest, and I know you folks are going to talk about conflict of interest today, but here seems an apparent one. So I would ask that this money go back into the coffers of Radnor Township, so Radnor Township decides, what do you think is important to do with this? This is money that you get because you ask the businesses to pay for parking that they don't have. So why Mr. Bagis, who owns a lot of downtown Wayne, should get to decide that? So a point of clarification, please, on the process. And I know this was something we were going to discuss when time went on. So can we discuss this a little bit?
Well, at this point, it's just public comment, but the board did vote publicly to transfer the $41,648. I think I voted against that, but it was done in public. That policy was voted on by the board, I believe, last year as well. And until this board makes a decision of whether they want to change that policy, and it will be most likely staff-driven, we're going to continue on. But I think in the end, we're going to be looking towards ways of not for me personally, I would like to see this not be part of the way we do things. And if there's trust issues with how we spend money, then at least we could come up with an enterprise fund or do something. So I don't want to get into a deep discussion. We have a very full agenda tonight, so I appreciate your comment.
Okay. I just would like the board to really consider for the future folding this right back into the township coffers so that it's money that you guys can decide exactly how you think it's prudent to spend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just real quickly, it was mentioned that these were tax dollars, when in fact, just as a point of clarification, the revenues generated that the township transfers over are from the parking permit fees that are paid by those permit owners. So just to make sure there's no confusion that there's real estate taxes or business taxes transferring hands here, it's all generated from the parking permit fees.
Right.
Okay.
I appreciate that, and if any of the business owners were here today, it was considered basically, bribery is the wrong word, but basically nobody had enough parking, and so they had to pay this money to this fund. So I think that there should be some real disclosure with all the owners to talk about what is fair and what is proper to do with this money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment on that item? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 8. Resolution 2011-31 is a conflict of interest policy that's been before the board in draft form on several occasions. At this point, I'll ask Bob Zinkowski to give us a little lead into this discussion.
Sure. This is something that the auditors have recommended that the township put into place a conflict of interest policy. I believe the notation has been made by the auditors for this. This is something that we had introduced last summer, and it's gone through a number of revisions, and we feel that this encompasses the areas in which disclosure needs to be made. And I'm sure this is one, again, as we continue to go through this process and through a year of working through this, we'll probably continue to keep refining this and continue to keep working with the auditors to make sure we have a very good conflict of interest policy in place.
I'll move the approval of the resolution.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
I have a couple of questions for John Rice in particular. There's a couple of gaps in my opinion. Again, I'm not opposed to this, but I think there may be something to look at for the future. The first thing is, it seems to me, if I read this and understand it correctly, it's incumbent upon the individual to disclose that conflict of interest. And there's no provision in here that if somebody brings it to our attention, how it gets addressed. The second thing, which concerned me slightly, is if you look at the way it's laid out, it says, following disclosure of the possible conflict of interest, the Board of Commissioners votes. And there was no provision for you as our advisor to advise us whether or not, in your opinion, there was a conflict of interest. We could always ask you, but it's not.
I think I would most likely be involved in
Right.
giving you that opinion if it comes up.
Right, so do you think we should, somewhere downstream, adjust this to formalize that, or just rely on our judgment to ask you?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary
Okay.
to add that the solicitor gets to give you legal advice at some point. I'm going to be doing that anyway.
How do you, I'm sorry, John, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
And how do you propose we deal with the gap that if it was brought to our attention through means other than self-disclosure?
Well, it's going to, if someone, whether it's anonymously or otherwise, brings and remember, we're dealing with volunteers and committees. Some of the individuals may not even be aware that, that there's certain things that may fall under here as a conflict of interest. So if it comes out at some point through some anonymous complaint or some other source, then administratively, what I would suggest we do is have that person, we would have to review it, have that person fill out the form. I mean, this is going to be a compliance issue. It's something that we started to do with real estate a couple of years ago.
So your proposal to address that situation is if it comes to our attention, we question the individual involved and ask them to complete the form and either disclose it or claim that there is no conflict.
Or have a discussion as to, if it's not something that a board member or a commission member or a committee member discloses on the annual form, which is part of this policy, then there would have to be discussion with the administration, myself, if necessary, to get involved. And then if it looks as if it meets the definition, we'd ask that individual to fill the form out.
I think as part of this too, Kevin, would be the training processes. If the board adopts this policy, then we would have meetings with the various boards and commissions and let them understand what is expected from all those board members.
One last question, Bob. Have you reviewed this with the auditors? Does this fulfill their requirements and such that we won't get that finding in next year's audit?
A good portion of this came from a template they had provided to us.
Bob, a housekeeping type issue on the actual disclosure form. The check boxes where they say conflict of interest, that should be title cased and italicized, so it's clear that it's a definition. Where it says, I have no conflict of interest, for example.
A couple of questions. John Rice, typically these documents, appearance of conflict or perceived conflict, because that could be so broad. I just want to know if that's not too broad.
Well, I think we're looking at trying to capture any type of conflict that would provide anybody with some kind of advantage or information that ought to be disclosed when a board or commission member or an employee or an appointed official has something upon which they might be voting on. So I think and again, this is a disclosure form. This is separate and apart and broader than what the Ethics Act requires. The Ethics Act does not cover all boards and commissions. It only covers a certain limited set of boards and commissions and elected officials and solicitors and managers. But it will not cover, some of your advisory board members. So this is to bring all the other stakeholders, volunteers, boards, commissions, et cetera, that are covered under here into this process, so there's full disclosure as to things that come in front of them in their official capacity.
Very good. So in your opinion, the appearance or perceived conflict should be included to appropriately broaden the spectrum of things that would be covered?
I'm fine with that.
Very good.
Don, that's...
what's the meaning of contributor in 1E? What does that statement mean? Member of a governing body or of a contributor to Radnor Township.
Well, that came from the auditors, but my reading of that is that that's somebody that contributes money or services, in-kind services to the township. Could be materials, could be trees, could be money, it could be personnel. I don't know if Bob agrees with me on that, but that's the way I read that. But that is something that the auditors was in their template.
All right, so appropriate in your opinion to keep it? Obviously?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe if I can just add to that too, it also, I believe, can be interpreted as though those entities in which the township also contributes to those entities, such as the library or other entities where we contribute money to, all being on that governing board as well.
Does this document put any burden on volunteers? Any liability, excuse me. Meaning if someone through good faith did not fill out a form accurately, do they have some liability with that? A good
No.
faith mistake?
No.
Very good.
I mean, legal liability?
Yes.
No.
Very good. And then what's the meaning of, I mean, I think take any action deemed necessary is too broad, but you don't feel that that's too broad? I mean, we don't know what that could mean because it could be any action.
Could be nothing at all. It's going to depend on what the person's official capacity is with the township. It's going to depend on whether or not there's something that's in front of that person and the board that they're sitting on, if it's a board.
Or also among our board, correct? I mean, this would apply to this board governing itself.
It would apply to elected officials. Correct.
And so we could, conceivably, this board could use that provision to prevent another board member from voting on an issue that this board believed that member was conflicted?
That's a discussion you would have to have. I guess the discussion would also include whether or not the State Ethics Act would come into play in terms of recusing yourself from something that would fall underneath that. I mean, this is a policy. This is not a law. Mm-hmm. This is not an amendment to the code. This is a conflict of interest policy. Really doesn't have penalties in it, civil, criminal, or otherwise. But it's a policy that the board, assuming you adopt this, course of conduct that you've all agreed upon is a good course of conduct to go forward. And I mean, I would hope that it's not used for any reason other than to make sure there's full disclosure.
Very good. Well, at this point, my opinion is that this is going to introduce more uncertainty than it's going to solve, and that provision in particular is problematic. So my opinion is that we should reject it and replace it with an expansion of the disclosure form.
Any further, are you finished, Don? Any further commissioner comment? I'll just make a brief comment. I think this document is preemptive in nature. I think the goal here is to raise self-awareness among the elected officials, appointed officials, and administration in the township. I think no one would willingly, knowingly create a conflict of interest, but by requiring this form to be filled out, we stand a better chance of making sure that that doesn't happen. I do have some concerns over the wording, but I recognize this is the resolution is going to be voted on, but the conflict of interest policy is an administrative policy and it is subject to revision and change over time. I am not as comfortable with the wording in terms of perceived conflict of interest. That's a very subjective term. I also would like to know, I'd like to know that when this is implemented, that we understand the standard in which we judge conflicts of interest. Is it the state standard? Is it a federal standard? The state standard is pretty clear in terms of conflicts of interest. The basic limit is that if your actions in public provide any form of private pecuniary benefit, and that's subject to de minimis limits. So what we're not stating in here is what is the gauge, what is the metric that we'll use to make that determination. I assume we'll just default to the state standard, which is fine.
There is a definition in here, though.
Well, we have conflict of interest, but I read through that. I'll read it. It means a conflict or an appearance of a conflict between private interest and official responsibilities of a person in a position of trust. Persons in a position of trust include Board of Commissioners, staff, members, officers, members, and various boards, commissions, and volunteers of the Radnor Township. But I think there's something missing there. Just in my own thoughts, I thought that it would say at the end of that first sentence, in effect, in which personal private pecuniary benefit will occur as a direct result of their official action. private benefit may include monetary as well as tangible benefit that exceeds the minimum value, benefit, i.e. benefit to themselves or any organization in which they are an active member or in a leadership role. My only concern with I think we should vote on this. I think it's fine in its current form, but I think I'd like to see this evolve to something that's a little more explicit so that when there is an issue, it's not an interpretation. It's a very black and white administrative policy that we can all follow. So, I don't know, John Rice, do you have any thoughts on that? Do we need to be more specific, or should we?
Well, I have circulated many drafts of this policy, and we worked off something that was a lot more complicated last year that had and tracked more so the pecuniary benefit language, which is in the State Ethics Act. I mean, conflicts of interest, to some extent are in the eye of the beholder, and where, what their position is regarding a certain thing. The state has an explicit definition of conflict of interest. This is much broader. And I think it's broader, and I think it makes some sense that it's broader because the State Act doesn't cover everyone you're trying to cover with this policy. So, I would suggest that the board adopt this at this point, and I think it is an educational tool for your boards and commissions and your volunteers. A lot of folks won't realize that there may be a conflict in dealing with certain township business matters because of the rules that the township has to operate under. But it's broad, John. I agree with you. I would hope that it doesn't get abused by residents or by the township, but I think it's something we're going to have to deal with. And I think the important thing is the disclosure form. That puts, if we're going to be a little bit broader than what the state requires, that's at this point probably a good thing. And I think we need to see how it gets applied over time.
I'd like to move that we adopt the conflict of interest policy as reflected in resolution number 2011-31.
I think it's already been moved and
Yeah,
seconded.
we already had a motion. All right. Any public comment?
Yes, Martin Heldring, 305 Audubon Avenue. I have a couple of comments and a question. First of all, I'm glad, as I've commented previously, that this is coming forward. I think it's been mentioned in the last few audits, so I think it's a good thing. I think just the fact that there's so many questions from board members indicates that there's still some ambiguity in this. And in reading the Pennsylvania Ethics Act, there's a sentence that's early on in the Ethics Act that I think is unambiguous, and it provides that public office, which could easily be extended to not just public office, but anyone who's working for or on any committee for Radnor Township, is a public trust, and that any effort to realize personal financial gain through public office other than compensation provided by law is a violation of that trust. That's unambiguous. And I think with that sentence embedded in this conflict of interest policy, a lot of these questions begin to go away. There's no doubt about what a conflict of interest is if you have that kind of sentence in there. That's my feeling. So I would encourage that to be included. Second point is a question. There's a reference in the resolution to the Radnor Township Home Rule Charter. I could find that. The Pennsylvania State Ethics Act I could find. The Radnor Township Code of Ethics. I find the Ethics Board, but I did a maybe I'm brain dead, but I did a manual search, and I did, in your search thing, Code of Ethics. I can't find it. So am I missing it somewhere, or does it exist?
It does exist. I have a copy of it.
So how do I, maybe somebody can tell me afterwards how I can find it. Because, you would seem to think it's the kind of document that if you just put in Code of Ethics, bang, it pops up. A lot of other things pop up. You get a lot of other things, but not that.
It's part of the administrative code.
So, okay, I'll look for it there then. Yeah. And then the last point is, I'm a little bit nervous about the last parts of point 3 and 4. And they are referencing essentially that the person who has the conflict would not be present unless there's clarifying information in a discussion or debate that would require his or her presence. But that and then in 4, it goes on to say he wouldn't participate in any final decision. Now, I serve on a number of boards. I'm a banker. The practice, I've never seen that in a conflict of interest policy. The practice for us is if we're on a board and there's an issue relating to the bank, we leave the room for the entire discussion. If there's any questions that come up relating to that discussion, I refer them to someone else in the company. I don't even answer them. And I'm called back into the room when the decision's made. So I have absolutely no role whatsoever in the decision. So it takes away not only the direct influence, which would be a vote, which you could get around with just a recusal, but the indirect influence of being in the room. It might influence someone else who's voting on something if the person who's going to benefit from it is sitting there for any period of time. And of course, any points of clarification they might provide presumably might be influenced by the conflict they have. So you would want an independent, objective source. So I felt rather uncomfortable with that. And I've never seen it in another policy. I mean, I don't read these things as a job, but I've just not seen it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to address that, I believe what this refers to is if there's a conflict of interest brought before the Board of Commissioners, that's what this deals with, not the action of when they're serving on the board or commission as it's working, where the conflict may occur where they have to leave the room. I believe this refers to if there's a conflict and there's a charge of a conflict, that it is in front of the Board of Commissioners.
So that's if I had a conflict, right? I'd be only here for the clarification. I'm not voting on anything, so it's not relevant for me, really. I'm thinking more if someone's on a committee or one of these commissioners has a conflict, are they potentially called in for clarification?
Martin, I think it is explicit to the board. It says in that paragraph, objected to by any present Board of Commissioners. So this is particular to the Board of Commissioners, and certainly any commissioner can be present during the conversation. They just can't vote.
Yeah, that's my point. I would be cautious about that. That's exactly my point.
But if I read
there's indirect and direct influence.
But if I read it correctly, John Rice, if it's a single person objecting, that's sufficient to have them excluded, correct?
Excluded from the vote, but not excluded from...
No, from clarifying information.
Okay.
So
someone from the public could come up and protest?
No, by any present Board of Commissioners.
Any other member?
So if any one of us raised the exception, they would have to recuse themselves.
Okay. Well, that was my point. Thank you.
Chip Layfield, Wayne. I haven't had a chance to review this version. It sounds like a lot of my concerns from the original version, last time it came up a few weeks ago, have been met. I was concerned that contractors or people that have contracts with the township of, say, like $25,000 or more over 10 years, that be recognized as a conflict. And similarly, any organization, nonprofit organization that receives like $25,000, $15,000 over 10 years, that be recognized as a conflict. It sounds like that's kind of embodied in here.
Yes.
Great. I think that's smart. I noticed New Jersey uses that as in their template. The other matter is of telling a commissioner that they don't have the right to vote. I don't understand where the board would have that authority to deny a commissioner a vote and disenfranchise those constituents. I don't see it in the charter. I'm familiar with trying to remove commissioners from office, and that's very difficult to do. It seems to me that you'd have to go to an authority. It certainly couldn't be an administrative matter. It seems you'd have to go to a judge or something along those lines. I don't see how this board. I've seen this board in the past go on a kangaroo court type farcical quest. They turn out to be just a partisan witch hunt. So could that happen again? I think it certainly could happen again, and I don't like the idea of the board telling any commissioner that they can't vote. I think you could bring a censure and say that you're opposed to it and put it on the record, but denying the vote, I don't see where you would have that authority.
I'll have John Rice comment on that. I think I may have misstated in 3. It essentially is looking for self-selection as we presently have. So if any board of commissioner member or any member of a board or commission recognizes their conflict of interest, they need to self-select out. They need to recuse themselves from the conversation and the vote. However, in item 3, it does say that by any single member of the Board of Commissioners, we can allow that person to actually remain if they want to contribute to the conversation. But they would still, in essence, need to recuse
By what
themselves from the vote.
authority? Where would you get the authority to do that?
Well, no, we would be granting them, we would actually be saying to them, no, you can actually be part of this. So if you're asking where we get that authority?
No, where do you get the authority to deny a vote?
No, we don't have the authority to
Nobody would
deny.
deny a commissioner a vote.
No, we don't have that authority.
Just, I
based
mean,
on
the
what-
State
I think
Ethics
we do
Act,
in this.
if there's a conflict of interest as defined by the State Ethics Act, then that commissioner has to recuse him or herself
Correct.
from a vote. I mean,
No, I understand that.
that's an issue that I've seen brought to the attention of a commissioner by other members of the board, but,
That's a higher authority.
right, it's a higher authority. So this, I mean, I think, again, this is a policy. This is a policy that, if there's a consensus on the board to move forward with it, it's going to be a policy that the individual commissioners or other members of the elected board, appointed boards, committees, volunteers are going to have to basically self-police themselves.
So you don't envision a commissioner or a group of commissioners telling another commissioner, you can't vote on this item?
I don't envision that.
And there would be no authority for them to?
I'm sure I'll be refereeing that.
But
if
there would
that
be no,
happens.
do you agree there'd be no authority for this board to tell another commissioner?
I believe that would be difficult for a board member here to ignore the policy and then vote, despite the fact that they would have a conflict of interest.
Or
I'm not going to,
perceived-
I'm not.
Perceived conflict, right?
Or a perceived conflict.
Okay.
But I think in that case, with the elected officials, you have to fall back to the ethics, the State Ethics Act.
I just worry because this board's, very collegial, they all get along well and everything, but I've seen boards in the past have been very divisive and very partisan. So, I do worry about the Republican minority on the board being protected. Thank you.
But if you take a look at, excuse me for a second, if you take a look at paragraph number 2, it does say that the board shall vote to authorize or reject the transaction or take any other action deemed necessary. Suppose the board deems it necessary to say to the commissioner, you cannot vote. Are you saying, John, that you would offer the opinion at that point in time that it's legally impossible for them to do that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you have a policy in place that a commissioner decides not to follow, that's something that the voters have to deal with. It's not something that is going to be something that's enforceable, unless it falls under the State Ethics Act.
Okay, Baron?
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne. To follow up on paragraph 3, which has been talked about in a different manner regarding the clarifying information. Actually, if you read the first part of that paragraph, it's referring to all boards and commissions. So in addition to being very awkwardly worded by, unless objected to by any present board of commissioners, which is somewhat unclear whether it's the board or a single member, I would suggest that it be reworded to apply to all the boards to say, unless objected to by any member of the body holding such discussion or debate. Because at Planning Commission, you're not going to be there. And if someone decides they have a conflict, the Planning Commission members should be the ones to decide at that meeting whether it's appropriate to get clarifying information. When someone's appearing before you, that would be the alternative. So the top part refers to all boards and commissions, so I think the bottom part needs to also.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. In paragraph 2, I question the second and third word, full disclosure. I think that's pretty vague, and it could get anyone off the hook by simply saying, well, the form wasn't completed properly, the form was completed, or the conflict was disclosed during the proceedings or after the proceedings. And likewise, is there any way I mean, you could go on and on with this, but I was just wondering if wait a second. The form is necessary at all. Would it be better to submit the form when you personally feel you've got a conflict of interest? Because if someone's there filling the form on January 1st they don't know what's going to come up at a July meeting. And possibly, if these were just submittable at any time of the year, and for a coverall, perhaps I'd propose you have something in the oath of office. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, seeing none. John Rice, I think we're going to put this to vote, but there were some constructive comments tonight. I would hope that they, at some point, get built into the administrative policy that backs up this resolution. Okay, at this point, I'm going to put it to a vote. All commissioners in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed? Motion carries 6 to 1, noting Commissioner Curley's opposition. We have Resolution 2011-32 establishing the Charter Review Committee. I just want to note that on the packet, the resolution number is stated resolution number 32. It should be 2011-32. The agenda was correct. Mr. Zinkowski, would you like to introduce this?
Sure. This, taking into a lot of the comments made past meetings and from the commissioners, we've now come up with this setting a standard here for the initiation of a charter review committee, which the charter, since its inception, has not been reviewed. So this is a good opportunity to go through and look at all areas of the charter here and to make recommendations by residents of the community to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Any, well, do we have a motion to open the discussion on this?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Commissioner, comment?
John Rice, I have a question for you. You know, based on the discussion at the last time we just discussed this and some thinking, I think it might behoove us to at least provide some guidance as to sort of open areas. If we pass this tonight, are we precluded from providing that guidance, such as, you know, you can't change the 7-ward system, you can't eliminate the office of the treasurer, you know, things like that, or can we come back and do that after this tonight? Because I do think it needs to be looked at, but I have thought about it extensively, and I don't know that we should have it so free-ranging as it's currently worded.
The Charter Review Committee makes a recommendation to commissioners, and they can make any recommendation they want. We're not going to restrict
I understand
them.
all that, Bill.
And then we can change that if we don't like what they come up
I
with.
understand that, Bill.
Yeah, I don't
I'd like John Rice to answer my question.
Well, we don't need John Rice to answer it.
I wouldn't put any restrictions on this committee because there's so many things, just administrative things that need to be looked at. There's outdated laws in your charter. There's things that have changed through court cases. So, Kevin, you could spend a lot of time trying to decide, you know, where they want to go. I think that what you're going to hear from the staff and from and from me, and I have a list of items, are the nuts and bolts of how you run your government and how you bid contracts and what has to be bid. And, you know, there's just a lot of things like that that I can't imagine. Well, I guess I can't imagine you would get into something like changing
Yeah, I'm not thinking
boards, but
yeah, that's why I'm asking, John.
But you're going to come back. You're going to get a list of recommendations from this committee, and then before this goes on the ballot, you have to pass an ordinance, and that's where the 7 members of the board at that time will hash out what's in that ordinance, because that's what then goes on the ballot. I mean, that's the time where you decide, you know, what actually gets put on the ballot to amend the charter. I don't think this is the time to do it.
So you're...
But everything's wide open.
I'm going to choose this word, and it may not be the right word for our discussion because of your role. But your advice is to leave it open-ended and free-ranging and deal with the recommendations as they come back?
Yes.
I have a technical omission that I noticed, which I apologize for not noticing before, but in A, the second paragraph of A, we say that each commissioner shall appoint one who has to be an elector, a resident, and not a relative. And then we say township treasurer shall appoint one who has to be an elector, a resident, and we fail to include not a relative. So I think we just need to insert, but shall not be a relative or family member of the treasurer after the word registered electors, comma, in the last sentence.
Do I have a second on that amendment?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
I have a couple of questions. So what will come back from this committee is a list of recommendations, not the actual text that we have to approve? Is that right?
Correct.
And then we can approve or reject them individually, not in whole. So if there's a controversial item that we don't like, we can pull that one out, and we'll have a vote on that one, and then
Yes.
we'll vote on them serially.
Yes.
Very good.
In the last draft, I recall that there was a prohibition against any person on another board or commission serving on this committee. That's not in here, and why is that? I don't recall there being anybody objecting to that.
I'm not aware.
I think the determination was made that you'd actually broaden the scope to have other residents participate than those that currently sit on boards and commissions as well.
Okay. I'll buy that, thank you.
Also, in the last revision, we had the League of Women Voters proposing a member, and that's not in here. And the sense of the board at the last meeting was that that would be in here. So what happened with that?
It was just removed. I removed that, so if you want to add it back in, we can add
Yeah.
it back in. It's just that would change the balance of the number then of the members from 8.
Yeah,
It would take
we're
that
at,
number
we're
up.
at 9 members now.
You're at 8 members, and then it would be myself and a non-voting member, so you'd have 8 members.
I think I'm not, John Nagel, I'm not opposed to that, but I think if we're going to allow that group to put forth members, then we need to consider other persons that ask to have a nominating role. So, you know, I start to wonder. I believe.
Well, I'm going to move that we add the League of Women Voters back in,
Second.
and we can vote on that
Okay, it's been
amendment.
moved and seconded.
And how are you moving them back in? One appointee?
One appointee from their membership.
Well, we also heard from John Osborne, the treasurer. I think, John, did you ask to have a nominating role on this?
Yeah, so
He
it's
has,
back in.
yes, I did. In the last public meeting, I did.
Okay.
I think he's in here now.
All right.
It's the elected official.
All right, any other board comment? Okay,
I mean,
hearing,
are we talking about the particular motion now?
well, I mean, at this, yeah, you can certainly comment on
Okay.
that.
I mean, I think it would be a mistake. I don't think that, I respect what the group does, but in my opinion, it's just one of many groups, and it's inappropriate to give one group special nominating or what is a de facto veto authority, in my opinion. So inappropriate. And then also, I think it's important to preserve the even number because it creates a mini supermajority. And you know, constitutions and charters, they have to have special guarantees against changes, particularly when we're not changing, when we don't have a list of things that are problematic. So I think it's important to keep the even number as sort of a mini supermajority.
One thing, if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think by adding the League of Women Voters, excuse me, actually, the League of Women Voters, I believe, is a political organization,
No,
if I'm
it's
not
not.
mistaken.
No.
They are not political, so they do not involve with any political
No.
Well, they're a
activities
nonpartisan.
or any.
I believe they're a nonpartisan committee that drives civil involvement, you know, so public involvement in civil affairs. So I'm not, I wouldn't characterize them as a political group as much as a civic-minded group that is clearly or appears to be nonpartisan.
If you look at the current construct, while I have nothing against the League of Women Voters, it's the 8 elected officials of the township appoint somebody and nobody else. So if you give the League of Women Voters an option to put somebody in. Why can't you give the Wayne Business Association? Why can't you give a variety of other people's? I think this construct is very clean and defensible.
Well, the issue at the last meeting was the treasurer was out. I thought a majority agreed on that, and the League of Women Voters was in. I'm willing to accept the treasurer, but I think the League of Women Voters represents a nonpartisan group in the township that's involved in researching and looking at a nonpartisan way at government issues, and I think it would be good to have one member from the League of Women Voters who worked with all the other members of the League of Women Voters to help shape our charter.
And the difference with having someone from another group like the WBA or whatnot, I mean, this is the mission of the League of Women Voters, civic government oversight and involvement. So they have a particular expertise in this, and that's what they bring to the table and have in our township for decades.
So if we choose to grant the League of Women Voters the opportunity to appoint someone, should we not have them subject to the same constraints that the commissioners and the treasurer are subject to?
Well, they still have to be electors. They still have to be a resident.
But would they be able to appoint one of their own members or serve as a nominating authority for someone who isn't a member? I mean, just the way one of us could not appoint, we couldn't appoint ourselves, the treasurer couldn't appoint himself. So should we have something similar where the league can't appoint one of its own members, but it serves as this?
No,
this
they get
objective body
together
that
and they
evaluates?
decide who they want to appoint.
I guess the other question you ask yourself is, should they have a vote then? Can they appoint somebody as an advisor but not a voter?
No, it's not an advisor. It's someone that has a vote.
And my motion actually was League of Women Voters from their membership.
Okay, any other board comment? All right, seeing none, I'll put it to public comment now.
Christina Peroni. As somebody who used the charter for years to speak out about some of the misappropriation of funds, while I respect the League of Women Voters and I respect their mission, I never once came to a meeting where they stood up and fought for the charter, ever. So I didn't elect the League of Women Voters. We elected you folks and the treasurer to represent our interests and views. So once you bring in any partisan group, whether they're nonpartisan or not, but they have their own special interest, one, I've never seen them demonstrate any conviction to fight for the people, and two, we didn't elect them. So I would ask you to keep it really clean and keep it very supportive. I agree with what you folks were saying. You were elected. You should be the ones who get to pick someone to look at our charter. Our charter is a precious document, and it scares me if we open it up without people who understand the effect of the charter. So I would ask you to please keep it to your own representative.
Roberta Winters, 326 Williams Road. I happen to be in an awkward position of serving on the state board of the League of Women Voters of Pennsylvania, and I am also a Radnor resident. I understand the issues with which you're grappling. I will say that the League of Women Voters has played an instrumental part in the township in the past, and perhaps more so in the future. I think we do have special resources at the local, state, and national level that will address good government issues that may be helpful to the decision-making, and it could be brought in at your request. Thank you.
Can I ask a question on that matter?
Yes.
That can be done whether or not you're on, you have an appointee, correct?
I believe that's true. It just depends on the whether it's direct or indirect.
Susan Stern, Newtown Square. I just have a clarification about the appointings. Each commissioner shall appoint a member and the treasurer shall appoint a member. And I think it's important to clarify that none of the appointments can be relatives of a commissioner or a township treasurer or any other appointer of the committee. That's one comment. And then the other comment I just wanted to make, I agree with Mr. Crowley's position with all due respect to the League of Women Voters, but a nice compromise could be that I'm sure one of you could find a very qualified League of Women voter in your ward to appoint, and then we would have that representation but maintaining the appointments to be from those who are our elected officials. So thank you.
Chip Layfield, Wayne. I tend to agree that the League of Women Voters would not be appropriate to be on this committee. We talked a little bit about conflict of interest, and I believe Commissioner Nagel and Schaefer came directly from the executive committee of that organization to be commissioners, and they're the ones that made the motion and seconded the motion. There's a perception out there that you would be giving one side an additional vote by doing that. I think Sue's idea of a compromise, the commissioners that feel strongly that way could put on 2 members if that's what they choose. And I thought Kevin gave a important idea that doesn't seem to be getting much traction, but the idea of creating a framework for this organization I think is important, because depending on the personalities and the motivations for being on this committee could be pretty wide-ranging. And he mentioned removing the treasurer, which seems like an absurdity. However, the last time the charter was up for a change, it actually went to referendum, and the motion was to remove the treasurer. And that was part of the Democratic plank for years, may still be in there, to remove the treasurer. So it's not an absurdity. I think you really need to consider the unintended consequences of doing this, opening this up. And I think it's common sense to put a framework down there.
On the ballot to eliminate the treasurer.
Did I get that wrong?
What's that?
That was correct, right? The treasurer was
Yeah, we moved to amend the charter to eliminate the office of treasurer.
and that was defeated. And that's another thing too, is that when you open it up, you're going to find so many little oxes that are gored that I'm afraid that you're going to find this whole initiative going down in flames and waste of everybody's time, effort, and money, because it's too wide-ranging. I think you really need to narrow it down. I like Commissioner Springler's original idea of doing it administratively and coming up for a simple recommendation to the board. But if you're opening it up, I think what Kevin talked about creating a framework is just common sense. And there has been an effort in the past to remove the treasurer, and that would have left Mr. Bayshore in charge of the financial matter if that had happened, if that had passed. And so, it's a real concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? And this is public comment on the Resolution 2011-32, also the amendments that are on the table. Okay. Sorry.
No, let's vote on the one amendment now.
Oh, okay, you want to amend it?
What?
Because I have...
We're voting just on the amendment. Add the League of Women Voters.
What was the first amendment?
It was to add in
Appointment.
the relative of the treasurer language.
So it reads the same as the commissioners.
Okay, at this point, we're going to put it to a vote. The first thing we'll be voting on is the amendment to include the League of Women Voters as a nominating group to add a member to this committee.
Can you be clear on that the proposal is to add a voting member?
Yes.
From its membership, correct?
Yeah, from its membership, and it's a voting member.
They recommend the
stated.
name to the commissioners. The commissioners have to vote on that.
Okay,
approve that.
I'm going to abstain from this vote. I actually contribute money to the League of Women Voters, and I think it would be appropriate for me to abstain on this as much as I'd like to vote on it. So I'll go ahead and put it to a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 And those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so the motion carried?
Yeah, 4 to 3, 4 to 2.
4 to 2, yeah.
We're 2 and 1.
Sorry, I didn't see all the hands. Okay, so motion carries.
Just in response to that, you mind if I make a point?
No, go ahead.
Bob, do you have an issue, do you think it would be advisable to have the manager have an appointment, and then that would keep the even number? Do you have any thoughts on that?
It's up to the board, but I do believe that really all the elected officials should have the appointments. And myself being a
not-
non-voting member, if you
not
have
the
an
managers?
equal. Yeah, I don't see that. Because actually by adding the League of Women Voters member, you come up with an odd number now. You'll actually have 9 members.
Yeah, but I prefer 8 because 8 is that mini supermajority. So I'd like an even number, but I don't want to find another group to appoint to.
Suggestion would be is give the treasurer 2 appointments then.
Yeah.
Not to add more to the treasurer, but the treasurer could have 2 appointments. This way, that would make it 10.
Anybody seem reasonable to anybody or no?
I didn't want to give the treasurer 1 appointment, forget 2.
I think you're overthinking it, Don. I don't think it's going to be a problem, especially since whatever this group comes up with has to go through us.
Now's the time to overthink it, though.
Do we have a second on your motion?
I didn't make a motion.
Well, are you going to make a motion? Okay.
I'd really be surprised if this group didn't do things by consensus. I'd be very, very surprised.
No, it's a
And
community
again-
group
And
that's
again,
going
it's a
to,
recommendation to this board, and we're the ones that have to make the final decision.
and we'll have public discussion about it.
Maybe if I can just add to this too, I mean, this is an open process, so not only do you have the members, but the public is invited to as well to participate, as well as, members of the staff, which I'm going to guess that when it talks about each of the different departments, the department heads will be in attendance too as well. You'll have public comment through the whole process, so it's not restricted to just these members, that you'll have public participation as well during this entire process. So everyone will know along as we're going through the process of what those conversations are taking place, and those also, as part of this, they'll be televised too, so anybody who'd like to go back and monitor these or watch these of what was said will be there too.
Okay, thank you. Just for a point of clarity, Commissioners Higgins and Curley voted against that amendment. I abstained. We now have the First Amendment, which was to add the language as stated. At this point, we'll just vote on that. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries 7.
So we had a motion and second for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
And then now we have the resolution. So now, Resolution 2011-32 with the amendments. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries 7-0. Thank you for your patience on that. That was somewhat complex. Up next, we have public participation.
John, before you move on, just, hey, Bob, when you're attending those meetings, or your folks are attending those meetings, if it is not, if it comes point by point, and they're taking votes, and it's, 5-4, et cetera, can somebody come back, and so we know what's sort of consensus, what's voted on?
Sure. There will be minutes kept of those meetings too as well, which won't detail every conversation, but what the result was, what the vote was, that was on each
Thank you.
particular one.
Yeah, an effective way to do that, Kevin, is when it comes to us, it's got the motion and what the voting record was, and a minority comment.
Okay, we have public participation. I also want to mention that we have 2 hearings tonight. I want to reverse the order of those hearings because it appears to me that there are a large number of people that came out for the item B, the public hearing on the amendment to Chapter 280. So first I'll open up the public participation, but I'll also mention that you will have opportunity to make comment before every vote that we take tonight, and also during the public hearing on those 2 items, Ordinance 2011-04 and Ordinance 2011-10. Please state your name and address when you come up.
Susan Stern, Newtown Square, speaking on the, briefly on the Eastern application and on the student housing ordinance. I apologize, my voice is not quite as strong as typical. As a member of the Planning Commission, I wanted to share with you that we worked on the student housing ordinance at 2 separate meetings. We listened to many residents as they shared stories of how they are negatively impacted by student housing conditions on their streets and in their neighborhoods. After long talks, the single biggest item discussed was whether to keep student housing at 2 students per house or increase it to 3, which was presented to us in draft form. Several comments made centered around enforceability and the question of what are other neighboring comparable townships doing. I've since done some of my own research about neighboring townships that I'd like to share with you briefly. To sum it up, there are no comparable townships. Radnor is unique in its size, population, number of higher institutions of higher learning, and student population, but if I may draw just a few distinctions. Haverford Township is slightly smaller in its size, with a larger population. They have 49,000. But and their student housing regulation calls for 3 students. But they must have 3 offset parking spots, and in addition, their houses must be 1,850 square feet in size as a minimum. But primarily, Haverford Township, with one small college of 1,200 students, is really not at risk of being overrun with college students. Tredyffrin Township is roughly 50% larger in area, with about the same population. They also allow 3 students, but they have no colleges of which I am aware. In addition, it's my understanding that the Mount Pleasant section of Tredyffrin, which abuts Radnor Township's north side, where the preponderance of our colleges are, is struggling with student housing issues caused by institutions in our town. Upper Merion, similar size, similar population, no colleges. They have no student regulations. However, they do limit their rentals to 2 people per rental. Lower Merion. Lower Merion has 5 or 6 colleges to our 4 institutions. They actually have 7, but Palmer Seminary is moving up to Eastern, so we'll now have their overload. It is roughly twice our size in area. It is roughly twice our size in population. Yet they have roughly half the number of college students in Lower Merion that we have. They have about 6,600. We have over 10,000. In fact, on a percentage basis, Lower Merion only has about 11 or 12% college students, while we are approaching 33% of our population. Lower Merion allows 3 students, but they are not at the same level of college students as we. Finally, we have Conshohocken, not at all comparable. 7,000 to 8,000 students, no colleges, but they do have a student college population. Villanova students who travel across the river. Conshohocken has no student regs, but they also limit their housing to 2 people per rental, and they are beginning to consider student housing regulations because of the impacts of our Villanova students. So, as a Planning Commission member charged with the duty to support the comprehensive plan, which has a stated intention to preserve and protect the residential character of our neighborhoods, increasing to 3 students would put our township at even greater risk of being overwhelmed by a growing college student population, whose negative impacts would decrease real estate values, decrease revenues for the township, and increase the workload on our employees who have to enforce the code violations and such. This does not seem to be the right direction in which our township needs to go. No resident who came to the Planning Commission meetings who had no financial interest in student housing came before us to ask us that we increase from 2 to 3, not 1. In fact, many came before us imploring that we hold the line at 2. Their neighborhoods are suffering under trash, under traffic, under cars driving too fast. And they asked for us to please hold the line. We did ask the zoning officer at our meeting if he had a preference. As the enforcer of the codes, would he like to see it kept at 2 or go to 3? And he would prefer to see the code kept at 2 at this time. The Planning Commission, I assure you, considered many, many, many factors and voted a resounding 6-2 to keep student housing at 2. And I ask you that tonight you pass the ordinance that we voted to recommend you do. Thank you. With regard to the Eastern application, just a few minutes ago, I can't stay for the evening. Just a few minutes ago, a resident handed me a piece of parking information and asked me if we had had access to that information as part of the Planning Commission discussion. And I just wanted to share with you now that no, we did not have that information at our decision-making at the Planning Commission meeting last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment before we begin the hearing?
Hi, my name is Daniel Skolnick. I live on South Wayne Avenue. And I know there have been traffic discussions in previous sessions, and I believe there's a meeting next Monday. And I just wanted to let you know that people in South Wayne and South Wayne Avenue, I know Aberdeen discussions have come up. are concerned about the traffic. And I've been working with Commissioner Curley, and I've been in contact with Dan Malloy, and we've been having discussions, and we'd obviously like for something to be done. And I was surprised to hear about the parking issues that might be coming up. And if that's going to increase business in the downtown Wayne business area, I think you need to think about the impact that's going to have on the neighborhoods with the increased traffic. If there's going to be more parking available, more people will come to downtown Wayne, which is obviously an economic benefit, but it also has a quality of life issue. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment under public participation?
Hi, Alex Vandeveer, South Wayne Avenue resident and a neighbor of Dan's as well. Also, I'd like to bring to your attention some of the traffic calming measures that the residents of South Wayne Avenue would really love to see happen. We understand that there's quite a lot of issues with PennDOT owning the road, et cetera. However, I've been on that road now for almost 6 years, and I can tell you that that entire strip from the middle school all the way up to Conestoga has turned over. There are a lot of small children on that road now, between the ages of 5 and teenagers, almost in every house now. And there's kids everywhere. And when I see cars going 50 miles an hour down that road, it's really, really frightening. And I know that Dan Malloy has communicated some things to us, which we very much appreciate. And I just hope that in the future, with working with PennDOT and the Board of Commissioners, that we can really bring some traffic calming measures to that street. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, looks like we're about to conclude public participation. We'll move into the hearing on ordinance. Do you want to come up? Are you?
I just want to make sure I'm commenting in the right section. This is
Well,
for the student housing?
No, we didn't start that. We're going to start that right now.
Okay.
But I'll start that, and then we'll have staff comment, and then we'll go right into the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I can, maybe just to respond to the two questions in regards to South Wayne, and that there has been continued work on that. I know that Dan Malloy and Lieutenant Antonini have come up with some recommendations. I know that I've spoken with Commissioner Curley on that, and the commissioner plans on calling a meeting along with Commissioner Spengler there to discuss a number of the options with the residents. So it's something we continue to keep working on, and appreciate all the feedback that we've been getting from the residents on this, and know that the work is continuing to take place. So sometime in the very near future here, we'll be having a meeting with the residents there, the commissioners will be, and then working along with you on that. Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open up public hearing on ordinance 2011-10, amending Chapter 280 zoning by adding definitions for student home and student, and adding student homes as a special exception using use permitted within the R1, R1A, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6, and PA zoning districts. So at this point, we're in the hearing. I'll ask Matt Ballman to just give us a little briefing on this. This certainly has been in front of the board. We saw this a few months back, and then we introduced it. But go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated, this has been back and forth from the Planning Commission to staff. It was last approved before the Planning Commission on January 4th by a vote of 6-2. Rather than go into the whole detail of this, basically the gist of this is to get this out of Chapter 226, the Rental Housing Code, and bring it into Chapter 280 zoning and allow it by a special exception before the Zoning Hearing Board. Are there any other further questions you ask of me before we
Well,
get
I guess I'll just mention, I believe we're also going to be looking at making amendments to 226 to
that'll be
coincide with this change. as it
correct. That'll
goes.
be introduced tonight with a public hearing to follow later.
Okay, great. John Rice, do you have any comments before we start hearing from the public on this?
No, just for the record, this is a zoning amendment, so it's been advertised twice, February 23rd and March 2nd. It's been reviewed by the Delaware County Planning Commission on at least 2 occasions. I guess the last review letter is February 17th, 2011, and copies have been available at the law library and at the newspaper since it's been advertised. But as Matt said, this puts this use into the zoning code, and any existing student housing rentals are grandfathered in as they are today. Any new ones would need to get special exception approval to the zoning hearing board.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just clarify something?
Sure.
This ordinance that we have in front of, or at least that I received in my packet, 2011-10, has 3 unrelated students in it.
That's correct. There was an error in the
That's an
printing.
error.
The actual ordinance itself, the one that was advertised most recently, starts on page 8.
Okay.
Well, let me just, you've got both copies, both the old version,
Right.
which had 3, and the new version, you should have gotten them both in your packet. I found that out this afternoon. So the new version is the one that was advertised. It has a
It has
January
2.
6th, 2011 date on it.
So the ordinance that we are considering tonight has 2 in
2.
it.
Correct.
2
Correct.
students, not 3.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Elaine. I meant to point that out. So in our packet, it should be the second, I believe it's the second copy.
Right, and looking at the packet
Make
that
sure
was
of
here
that.
this afternoon, the old version that was from the fall, I think, and then the newer one is behind it. But that has a date of January 6th, 2011 on it, the upper left-hand corner.
Okay, very good.
But it's not, just to be clear, it's not numbered, the ordinance, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's right, yeah.
But it
the
is
se-
2011-10. That's the number that was assigned to this.
Right, so the one that's numbered in our packet is incorrect. The
That-
one, the
that
one
is-
the one that's not numbered is correct.
Correct.
That's right.
John, there's also a slight change in the wording of, the second one says at least 6 credit hours and whose primary occupation is student. And the first one is more 6 credit hours and/or primary occupation is student. So it seems like, I think this is appropriate, it seems like with the second one, we're allowing, or 6 credit hours alone would not, 6 credit hours would not make one a student in this.
Correct. And I think if you go back to one of the prior hearings, there were some amendments that this board made. There was some discussion in that initial draft, including reducing it from 3 to 2, but that was one of the edits that this board also did when it was in front of you before, when it was introduced.
So John, or Matt, just to make sure I understand this correctly now, the Planning Commission made 3 recommendations to us, all of, the Delaware County Planning Commission, all of which we have decided not to accept, correct? Which is change from 2 to 3, reduce the size, and permit twins.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Delaware County suggested put it back up to 3, or change it from 2 to 3, because it's 2 now. Reduce the minimum square footage to under 1,000 square feet, and then permit twins to also be used as a student housing. And that, I think the Planning Commission and this board discussed that the last time when this was introduced. You had that discussion, because I think those comments were in the first review that Delaware County did.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to public comment. This is the public comment on this amendment. We will actually be voting on this later tonight under community development. So I would like the public to just start coming up. Please state your name and your address and make your comments. And for or against.
Good evening. My name is Linda Gonzalez. I reside at 251 Callahan in Garrett Hill. I'm sorry if you've heard some of this before. I'm not sure which parts you may or may not have heard before, so I'm covering it all. I've been a Radnor resident all of my life. I have 20 years of experience living next to Villanova students. I'm speaking from firsthand experience, not from the money-making, rose-colored glasses side of the situation. Over these 20 years, I've yet to hear of one single example of anything positive coming from Villanova students living in our communities. And certainly nothing that could ever come close to the comparison of all the negative that they bring to our neighborhoods. The decreased property values, decreased quality of life, demoralizing our children, and causing them to have low self-esteem. In my opinion, this all comes down to Villanova University destroying our middle-class towns for Villanova's own financial gain. It's been going on for far too long, and each year it gets worse. It's Villanova who creates this market from which some greedy landlords seek to profit. Don't get me wrong, I don't see a problem with a business decision to make money separating these students from their money. I understand that concept. But destroying neighborhoods in the process would make this disgusting to most. That's something which these landlords will need to make their own peace. These landlords could just as easily be renting to families instead. Villanova first told people that the reason they don't provide housing to seniors is to give them an experience living in neighborhoods, when that's the last thing these seniors are looking to do. When no one believed that, Villanova then said that they don't have the money to house the students. Does Villanova really believe that the people of Radnor and Lower Merion are that stupid? Everyone knows Villanova and the Catholic Church have plenty of money. Villanova is and has been forcing its senior year students to live in our communities, and they're destroying them. Villanova appears to have no concern over the destruction of our small middle-class communities. Their only interest appears to be in collecting the students' tuitions. Each year they force more and more students into our communities. Each year they put a greater burden on our towns, and we have to endure more indiscretions. Their students appear to believe that because they write Villanova a check, they own our towns, and they have no problems breaking our laws and our ordinances. Just to give you a small sample of what we've experienced over the years, as these students have total disregard for our local ordinances and laws. We've had trash put in public areas, on our streets, in our yards, property stolen, property damaged, intimidation, disrespect of our elderly residents, urinating in public areas, urinating on private properties, excessive noise, drinking and driving, drinking while walking through our neighborhoods, public drunkenness, loud parties with vulgar language, living in rental houses in excessive numbers, sharing information through their college paper on how to break our laws, parking illegally on our streets, speeding up and down our streets, parking any which way they choose, sticking out of driveways, sticking out from the curb, parking on lawns, no care for the look of the front of their houses, trash left out for days, indoor furniture placed on porches, keg parties in front yards, and a general lack of concern or interest for the neighbors, families, and children in our neighborhoods. These aren't one-time incidents. These are items that we are exposed to on a regular basis, and every year it gets worse. I can stand here and tell you what we're living with. Then I'll leave these, or I don't even know if I can just...
Linda, you can, if you have documents or any exhibits you'd like to enter in this. John Rice, can we accept, exhibits into the record?
Yes.
Okay.
What I have here is photographs of trash, excessive, unbelievable trash that we have experienced in our neighborhood. It's left out. They leave it curbside for days. It wanders all around our neighborhood. Piles and piles of trash all over the neighborhood. They leave it in the street. They leave it in neighbors' yards. Red cups, I'm sure if you've been through Garrett Hill, I'm sure you've seen red cups stuffed in hedges and in the grass. The parking, they park anyway and every way. In front of their trash, sticking out of the driveway, parking on lawns, parking on neighbors' lawns.
You're not getting through the mic. You got to stay close to the mic.
Parking on neighbors' lawns, parking up on the curb, and sticking out of the driveway again is a big thing. Parking on lawn, sticking out of the driveway by feet, sticking out in the street.
We just had, just this past weekend, a car parked out into the street, in the center of the street, and we're a small cul-de-sac. You have 2 cars that can fit going up and down, smack in the middle of the street for over half an hour. After the policeman called and told him to move it, he still didn't move it for another 10 minutes. They just leave their cars. They park in the middle of the street and unload their cars. And then there are the parties, which bring in numerous more cars than they have that live there, carrying their beer up and down the street, unloading and loading people. It just doesn't stop. There's cars and cars that we normally don't have to deal with residential living. I saved this one for last because I think it's most understandable. This is Callahan Avenue in the summer. This is our street. This is after school comes in session. We're just jammed with cars. Officer Ruddy once said that neighborhoods aren't what they used to be, and children should no longer be playing in our cul-de-sac or on our street. What's changed in our neighborhoods is the increased number of Villanova students. It's not the families that are driving erratically and are drunk and endangering our children. It's Villanova students that endanger them. It's the Villanova students making our neighborhoods unsafe. What steps does Villanova take when laws and ordinances are... What steps does Villanova take when laws and ordinances are broken by their students? Further showing that the university could care less about our communities, they don't even keep a local address of their students. This seems unbelievable to me, considering the horrible college and university incidents that have been occurring. In this day and age, I would think it's a security risk for our communities and even for the university. If something were to happen, how would Villanova account for the location of its students? I think the township needs to address the security risk. It's been a number of years that the student rental housing has been no more than 2 students. Since the ordinance was passed for no more than 2 students, I am unaware of any legal challenge to it. So why would the township suddenly suggest a change from 2 to 3? There is no reason for change. There are only significant reasons not to make this change.
Mrs. Gonzalez, it's not being proposed for 3. It's at 2.
Well, I would like for it to stay there because evidently not
It's at
everyone
2.
agrees. Well,
You should be in favor of
that's what we're
this.
voting on, right? We're voting that it stays at 2,
It's
correct?
right, the ordinance that's been advertised is at 2.
Right. Well, that's where I want to make sure it stays.
That's okay.
Thank you. The most obvious reason not to change it... I lost my spot, sorry.
Point of order,
There's
did we
from-
already decide not to change it as a board when we voted to?
Well, we do, at the present time, it is at 2, but we do have a motion tonight to vote on it. In their last meeting, there was a amendment motion to change it. So I think in this instance, I'll allow this comment.
Thank you. Sorry if I'm droning on. An important reason not to make this change is because it would negatively affect the quality of life for Radnor Township residents. Another reason not to change is to keep the residents' properties from devaluing. The behavior of these students is deplorable. To increase the number of them even by 1 increases traffic and all the other additional problems they bring with them. Just as important as the financial losses Radnor residents experience, there's the psychological impact that our children are a victim to: demoralization and loss of self-esteem. Destruction of our neighborhoods has a terrible impact on our children's mental and physical well-being. 2 students already create enough destruction in our neighborhood. It's obscene to suggest adding to that. Why I'm asking you to vote not to increase no more than 2. Please do not vote to destroy our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Ramus, 846 County Line Road, Bryn Mawr. I am all in favor of student housing ordinances. Many of my neighbors and I spent a lot of time between the last 10 and 15 years with the existing ordinance. I really have a question about this ordinance, because on County Line in Glenbrook, we are zoned C1. And we also are attached houses, and a number of them that are grandfathered. But what impact this ordinance has on the C1 district? Is it allowed going forward or not?
It's not permitted. So whatever, if there's any student housing there, it would be a non-conforming use, assuming the board adopts this. It's not a permitted use in that district anymore.
But the ones that are already approved that
They're
we've been living with,
They're grandfathered in. If they change to a single-family dwelling, they lose their non-conforming status.
because we also happen to be attached. So for all the people out there, the fact that you're going with no twins and not having shared walls with students, I think is a good thing.
Thank you. There are a lot of people in this room. I have a sense you all want to say something, so.
Chip Layfield, Wayne, I'd just like to speak in favor of it and also congratulate the board, I think, for really starting to address this issue. And I think it's smart. I think it's going to be effective to bring this into zoning. I think that's a good idea. I'm glad that you're moving in that direction. And, you hear a figure like, 1 out of 3 is a student. You really, really need to focus on it, and I see you are, and I think it's great. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Laura Martini. I live at 117 Eachus Avenue, and I've been a 58-year resident of Garrett Hill. My question is, what happens if a current landlord has passed on and the property goes to a family member? Is that grandfathered? The current student housing is grandfathered to the family member?
Yes.
Okay, so if there were 3, it can stay at 3. It won't go to 2.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, if it's...
No, I mean, if it was, I'm sorry, it'll stay.
Yeah, I went along with that one.
It shouldn't be at 3 now.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So,
It doesn't matter, because 10 of them cram in anyway.
But they're not subject, they would not be subject to this zoning ordinance unless they stopped using that property as a student rental for a year or more. And then
Okay,
at that point,
okay.
they're
And once it comes
grandfathered in at 2.
Okay, now, and if it's been turned over to a family, if a family's renting now, it does not go back to student housing, correct? If there's a family renting
they
currently,
would have to make under this new ordinance, they would have to make an application
Right,
for
to get a special
special
exception,
exception.
to go back.
okay,
Right.
thank you.
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne, 2 brief comments. First, regarding 2 or 3, and I know tonight is for 2, and just another to emphasize that, non-students is 2, and I think it would be fairly ludicrous to allow 3 students in a single-family home when you would only allow 2 non-students in a single-family home, per the other part of the ordinances. Secondly, Commissioner Curley made the comment about the change in the definition of student, which is something that I had brought up in the Planning Commission meeting. The reason we wanted it changed to or that I brought that point up, is we have many executive MBA students at Villanova who often attend class every night and every weekend for an extended period of time and end up with those many credits. And these are professionals in their mid-30s who are working, and they were getting sucked into this definition of students. And so that would limit where they could live. So that was the change, to make sure that being a professional whose primary occupation as a student was a and condition, not an or condition, so that the 6 credits didn't just suck them in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Philip R., 181 Meredith Avenue. I also want to thank the board and the staff for taking on this issue and doing it in this particular way that seems to be much more effective than the ways that we've had in the past. And I also would like to urge you to accept the wisdom of the Planning Commission and others who have advised you to accept the resolution as it stands. Thank you.
Okay, any further public comment? during the hearing?
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
Has been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Motion carries to close that hearing. Again, we'll be voting on this issue later tonight under Community Development. Item J. We should be there in about an hour, if all goes well. Thanks for your patience for coming out tonight on that. We'll go ahead and enter into the public hearing on ordinance 2011-04 of the Township's Floodplain Conservation District Ordinance, amending Chapter 280 zoning, Article 1, Article 17, 2022, and Chapter 175 grading, excavations, and fills. I think is Dan Malloy. I guess it would be best to go to you first on this.
I'm going to actually pass it off to Mr. Rice to introduce when it was advertised and those various documents. I can speak to the specifics of the ordinance, though.
Thank you. Okay.
The floodplain ordinance was advertised February 23rd, 2011. Newspaper. It was lodged at the Delaware County Law Library on February 2nd. This is an update really generated from FEMA and an update of your existing floodplain provisions. There's substantial changes to definitions in here. Substantial changes to the permitted uses provisions that are in this ordinance. I know Dan and the Planning Commission have probably had this in front of them at least the last 2 years, off and on. So it's up for board adoption tonight. I think the board had made some comments on this ordinance some time ago, which went back to the Planning Commission, went back to the Delaware County Planning Commission, and some minor comments, and have been incorporated in this particular draft. So that's all I have on this.
Just to follow up, this also includes the new updated FEMA maps, so that was one of the other key provisions.
Okay, do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 20?
No, we're still at the public hearing stage.
Yeah, I realize that, yeah. I'm trying to get this done. So at this point, any more commissioner comment?
I have a few questions. John Rice, tell me how we resolve the issue of what I see as a conflict where, in page 5, we say any new construction shall not cause a change in the flood height. And then at several other locations in the document, we say what has to happen if flood elevations are changed. So specifically, the new language on page 5,
okay.
Item 1,
Mm-hmm.
and then in my opinion, it conflicts with F on page 6, and it conflicts with A on page 10. And then I also think it conflicts with, or I would question whether it conflicts with the variance language on page 12.
Well, Don, just being put on the spot with those questions, this came from FEMA, and the special requirements, unless Dan wants to address this, this hasn't come up before, but special requirements for the floodway, the FW and the FA have as a general rule that any new construction, development, use, activity, or encroachment would cause any increase in flood heights shall be prohibited. I guess I'm going to rely on the engineers in the room to tell me whether that conflicts with F on page 6, whether an application which would cause the elevation of the 100-year floodplain is the same as an application that would increase the flood heights. Not quite sure if I think they're two different things. Just staying on that one point, Don.
Okay, I'm under the impression that they're not two different things, so that is the nature of my question.
But a flood height, I would think would be different than the flood plain.
Yes,
One's
different,
raising of the elevation of the water, and the other one is
okay.
the, I think, 100-year floodplain. So those, and again, I'm not going to venture an engineering opinion on either of those, although I've been known to practice engineering from time to time. The other parts, Don, I just want to try to answer. What was the other inconsistency?
Well, we, on page 12, we seem to prohibit variances, but then we have language that...
And that came up, I believe, the last time this was in front of the board. And I thought we had addressed that particular issue. But
Well, Dan, do you, I'm sorry to...
Yeah, at one point, we had no variances would be granted, and we
Right.
changed the language to permit it. And I'm looking
Because
for
we have
that specific language.
Right, you have to permit, at least provide for the possibility of variance relief to your zoning hearing board. One of the prior drafts basically said no one could ever get a variance. And someone on the board raised that as an issue.
Right, okay,
We then
so that's
amended that, but
reflected
I don't think it's on page 12 where that,
Well, that, yes, the page 12 language is the part that allows the variance, so that would be consistent with what Dan said, that essentially we allow the variance now because we took out the clause.
It doesn't allow a variance, it allows you to request the variance.
Yes. Well, previously, we had not allowed, this document said you weren't allowed to have a variance.
correct.
So-
You couldn't get relief, but that would be inconsistent with the planning code. I mean, you can always get a variance from any zoning ordinance, provided you meet the standards for a variance, hardship.
But here, the way, when you put in conditions, you're actually making it a special exception, aren't you? You're setting forth the criteria that if you meet it, you get your variance.
Hank, which section are you referring
I'm
to?
looking at 280-82, variance conditions.
Yes?
It would seem to me that if you're actually putting in the ordinance those particular conditions that you must meet, you are in fact setting forth a special exception as opposed to a variance. I think it's a matter of semantics, but variance, as you point out, is not, you can't specifically state in an ordinance, unless you run afoul of the municipality's planning code, that you can't have a variance. Because you always can have a variance
Right.
if it's granted by the zoning hearing board.
And this is,
I just don't know that putting in the conditions like that is appropriate.
But, John, can I ask a question? Maybe
These
I'm-
conditions
Oh,
are
just-
notification?
yeah,
This is, I
I mean,
think, existing language.
it basically, there's 3 items there. One is to advise prospective
I
purchasers that
understand
the
it's
lots.
existing language, and I'm pointing out that there's a hole in our ordinance.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a problem with having A, B, and C as a variance, an additional element that you have to meet in order to get a variance.
All right, as long as you're satisfied. I
Because
just wanted to point that out.
Because it doesn't have anything to do with the traditional variance conditions. It talks about basically giving notice to future purchasers or lessees and putting deed restrictions on the land, which says the lot is partially or entirely within the floodplain. It's a public notice requirement if you get a variance. I'm not sure that's inconsistent with, you still are going to have to meet, the hardship requirements and the other traditional
All right.
requirements.
Good enough.
So, Dan, do you see that conflict that I see between the language in F on page 6 and item 1 on page 5?
Flood height versus floodplain area.
If you can't raise,
Floodplain, I think it is.
I get, my F talks about notifying the neighbors within 500 feet, so what section? F
on
is in-
page 5, it says any new construction that would cause any increase in flood height shall be prohibited. So you can't do any new construction without changing the flood height. I'm thinking. And then any application that would cause the flood elevation of the 100-year flood plain, which is essentially flood height, same thing as flood height, shall require the township to notify neighbors. So I see one portion of it where it says you can't have it, and then I see other portions where it says what you have to do if you have it.
Well, I took that after they received the variance, and if they did get approval to make some changes, that notification would be required to notify within 500 feet of the construction.
All right.
So
I think
that's the way I read it.
doesn't change in elevation, doesn't it really mean that you're reducing the height of the ground through some kind of excavation work? And couldn't you read it that way? Just change in elevation.
No, I wouldn't read it that way, but elevation of the 100-year floodplain. So that's an elevation associated with a floodplain line.
There's a floodplain that's designated next to the creek or the waterway, and if you do some earth moving, that's going to change that. I think that's where that triggers it.
All right, well, I still see the conflict. I mean,
Mr. Chairman, I would agree. I'm seeing it as two separate issues. And again, a lot of it, I think what Hank speaks about is there's a grading that can actually change the two difference based on development. You could actually change the designation of the 100-year floodplain that doesn't have an impact on the height of the flood. And that's based on location of a particular structure that would fall within that area. So I think I understand the concern you have, but I'm interpreting as there are two separate items.
and did that language come from FEMA then? That's FEMA language, or that's not our language? That's
The 500 feet came from us. That was a discussion at the Planning Commission.
But the substantive element of that issue of flood height came from FEMA?
Yes.
Okay, and then another question is regarding prior to the issuance of any zoning permit, this is page 14, section 10. Is that our language or is that FEMA's language? Prior to the issuance of any zoning permit, the building officer shall, essentially what we have to do is we have to get all approvals before we can get local approval, and that order is backwards because what you're doing is you're getting the most expensive approval first when you don't know if you have local approval. So is that our language or is that FEMA language?
This is all from FEMA. This is what came down at their suggestion. The way I interpret that means I cannot, or the township cannot issue the permit until they prove that they have gotten everything else. So they're certainly going to come through us and run things through parallel, and it's not going to be one after the other. But the way I interpret this, it means that we cannot issue the permit until we actually have the approvals of those other entities in our hand.
Right, so this could, I mean, that's reversed from our current order. Currently, we allow, we make those a condition often.
Well,
The NPDES
we'll
permit.
approve a plan.
Conditional to a federal permit.
Yes.
But now we're changing that order and we're making them get the federal permit first before we give them the local authority.
Well, that's the authority to do the work. So if it's a subdivision that's approved, we would
very
grant
well.
the subdivision.
Okay,
but-
so we're not holding up the subdivision process.
Correct.
So we're not changing that order, we're just ensuring that they have to have that, which we already have that authority. So all we're doing is codifying that.
That's correct.
Very good, thank you. No further questions.
But Don, you might not have, this may just be a single permit, not a subdivision, too. Right? Dan, you could have an existing lot or just
Yes.
somebody wants to build a garage, and it's not always going to be a subdivision,
Yes,
so.
but it's not interfering with, our local process can continue, or our current process can continue. All that happens is we don't let them build the unit that they're trying to build until they have all the permits.
Right.
So we're not interrupting or changing our process.
That is correct.
Very good, thank you.
All right, any last comments from the board before we go to public comment on this hearing? Okay, hearing none. I open this discussion up to the public. If you have any comment on this, please state your name and address.
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne. Sorry you hit all the issues I was paying attention to tonight. Really nothing on the content per se, but because there are definitions being added for the purpose of this floodplain zoning section that are general definitions, I did have some questions regarding putting those general definitions in. For example, one that's fairly innocuous is historic structure, and that's referenced later on, and that's not a big deal because our harbor ordinance is not in the zoning section here. But a couple that I will bring to your attention that I don't know if have been analyzed, what impact they might have on other code sections by inserting these general ones, would be development, which is a new definition, and more importantly, recreational vehicle is being superseded. I don't know if that has much impact on the others. The one I'd be most concerned about perhaps is the structure, which is an existing defined term in our code, in the zoning code, and would be superseded by this, I assume. So I don't know if any analysis has been done on the perhaps more possibly egregious ones, such as development and structure, how those might impact other areas of the code besides the floodplain ordinance we're looking at.
Baron, I just want a point of clarification. Development and structure are not existing in the
Development is not. That is a new term that would be added for this. Structure does exist and is being superseded by this, as well as I did a quick check because the structure was the one I was more concerned about. It appears that recreational vehicle is also an existing term with actually some pretty particular dimensional things in our current one that's being superseded. So those would be some concern, but most of the ones that relate to more general, such as the word structure or development, particularly structure since it's superseded.
Okay. John Rice or Matt, do you have any comment, or Dan, do you have any comment on those?
Well, the definition of structure has been in the township a long time, our existing one, probably since 1965. I see it was amended last in 1980. I'd really have to take a closer look at this and weigh the two out. I mean, this is really the first time I'm taking a look at it. It's kind of similar, but again, I want to be careful on anything that we adopt in here, and then because I do refer to this quite a bit.
Is there any time sensitivity to adopting this?
John? No, other than, I guess, Dan, FEMA has been wondering why it hasn't been adopted.
Well, actually, I haven't heard from them in a while, so I think they assume it's been adopted. So
I mean, these definitions are again, were generated by FEMA. And I'm just wondering if they ought to be in the floodplain conservation chapter and not in the general definition chapter. Because,
safer.
I mean, it's, and I'm not sure they are, there's a definition of structure in the MPC too. So, you've got maybe 3 different slightly definitions of what a structure is, but I mean, I would think that we should keep these, and maybe, and we're going to have to re-advertise it if we change this around, but just renumber this so these are unique, because that's why they're in here. They're not in here because of any other reason in the general zoning code, but they're in here and they're proposed by FEMA because they're part of this floodplain conservation district. So,
John, on that note, the definition of structure in this document, would it make sense to have more than one definition of a word in our zoning code? I would hope that we would try to keep the definitions unique and in one instance.
yeah, and I'd have to look at the two, John. This doesn't look, one may be much broader than the other, and I don't think that would be a problem if one's broader. You read them together. Basically, if you have 2 definitions in a zoning ordinance, you try to give meaning to both of them, and you read them together. Structure is sort of a broad definition anyway. I don't know. I have not compared these definitions to what's in the existing zoning. But looking at the numbering system, these are more appropriate if they're just limited to the floodplain conservation district, because that's why you have the flood elevation definitions and the definitions of things like landfills and substantial damage and substantial improvement, because they're talked about in the body of the rest of the substantive floodplain district regulation. So, I mean, if the board, I don't think, Mr. Malloy, would we have any difficulties in delaying this for another 30 or 45 days?
No, I don't believe so. Should we take that definition out? Does that create an issue to you?
Well, I guess, I mean, that's one alternative, but we're still going to change the ordinance, so we're going to have to redo it no matter what we do with this.
So just to be clear, that the thought is then to take the definitions out and then put them in Article 17 specifically?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's a better idea.
Yeah, I would want to keep them all consistent, so you'd have to create a floodplain conservation district section on definitions. So there's no question what they apply to. I mean, we're not going to change the ordinance, but we are going to renumber it to some extent. And I would suggest at this point that we do that to address Mr. Gemmer's issues and possibility of future conflicts down the road. That makes some sense.
And we do that now or when we address this later in the agenda?
Yeah,
This is a public hearings.
I think you're going to act on this later. What you want to do is table any approval tonight and then authorize us to make those changes, re-advertise it, and bring it back to you in 30 or 45 days. We're probably looking at your first meeting in May at this point to meet the advertising requirements.
Then I would go ahead and move to table the introduction or the, no?
Yeah, wait till the hearing's over.
Yeah.
It's on the agenda later on for official action. I believe.
All right, Baron, any other comments?
Yes, real
Before
quick. I appreciate that from Solicitor Rice, and I think that might make a lot of sense. Although one of the things I did like about the definitions, which might be able to use more generically, he mentioned substantial damage and substantial improvement. Those definitions, in a general sense, might be very useful for some of the triggers we've talked about for some of the other zoning, as opposed to walls coming down or something. Those might be useful at a higher level to be referenced by other sections of the code. So, thank you.
Thank you.
You guys switched the order, so I stayed for these two things, then I'm going. Susan Stern, Newtown Square. I actually have my planning book. The last time the Planning Commission saw this was a year ago. And Mr. Malloy, one question that I think actually never got answered for me, and so I'm glad that it's probably going to get tabled, is under 2280-75, under that definition of the floodplain conservation district, it talked about that in addition, areas that are not shown to be in the floodplain, but are by hydrological profile analysis calculated to be inundated during a 100-year flood would also be subject to the conservation district. And my notes at the time were, how would we compel a homeowner who's not in the floodplain district to go and obtain a hydrological profile analysis to prove that they're not in the floodplain district so that they can do their building? And who would pay for that analysis? So that's just, that was one of those FEMA definitions that seems to be creating kind of a circular loop. You're not in the floodplain, but you have to prove that you're not in the floodplain by getting an analysis. But how do we force a homeowner to go prove that they're not in a floodplain, that they're not in a floodplain? So that is something that, if we're going to look at the definitions, to go ahead and change.
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, it'd be great.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
I understand,
When
but
they
that means
submit an
that's a
application-
township expense,
No,
to do the hydrological profile
no,
analysis?
that's the applicant's. If they submit a building plan, a grading permit, and I believe they're in the floodplain, then this gives me the ability to make them prove they are not in the floodplain.
My recollection, again, it's been a year, is that was my question at the time, is I didn't see it in the ordinance specifically laid out that you, as the engineer, could require that. That was my point. I wanted to make sure you were covered to make that judgment call. That was my point at the time. The other thing is that I thought that we had discussed increasing the riparian buffer to 75 feet on either side of a floodplain, but maybe that's a different zoning ordinance, because I don't even see riparian buffers in here.
That's right. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't recall that being discussed during this process.
Okay, all right. I'll look back through my notes about that. So that was the other thing about the ordinance, is making sure that you had the authority to request that analysis. That was all. Thank you.
All right.
Will the hearing be closed?
All right. Those in favor, say aye.
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 We're closed on that hearing, and we'll get to that later tonight. All right, so we're up for committee reports. First up, we have Commissioner Spingler for Public Works and Engineering.
I'd like to move to reject the bids for solid waste collection, recycling, and disposal.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Any commissioner comment?
Mr. Chairman?
Bob, you were going to give us some insight into the...
Basically, this is just merely a housekeeping move of a bid that has expired, so this basically is just a housekeeping measure that we're asking the board to approve.
All right. Any commissioner comment? Any public comment? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next item is to table adoption of ordinance 2011-04, so you can make the changes and bring it back to us in 45 days. Do I have to do anything else in the motion?
Second.
Well, you want to set a date for a public hearing on this when it comes back.
And that's the second Tuesday in May?
Yes.
Okay, I'll set the second
Tuesday?
Tuesday?
second Monday in May, I'm sorry.
Monday. Yes.
Think about election day, third Tuesday in May. I get confused with this. All right, yeah, I'll set the hearing date for the second Monday in May.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Any commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Chairman?
All those? Yes?
If I may, I would recommend that it not be tabled and this be approved. I believe the regulations that need to be adopted here with the most recent FEMA floodplain map, I believe that these regulations should be adopted. We can always go back and amend what these regulations are, but I would recommend that it not be tabled and approved as is, because all we're looking at is some definitions and a few other modifications, but I believe we should enact the latest floodplain map that has been established by FEMA, and then we can go back and amend these. Because if we do not do this, I believe we are still under the old standards, under the old FEMA floodplain map. Correct, Dan? Or
Well, the ordinance was introduced, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Rice, but I thought that since it was zoning, that once they were introduced, they were...
Not in all cases.
Okay.
So if we were to approve it, we could just go through exactly what we would have done, but just make
Right. We could.
smaller changes in May rather than significant changes. We would approve this tonight and then change the definitions. So, I mean, it seems reasonable to...
John Rice, do you have any?
Well,
You
after the
offered one set of guidance,
after the
Bob seemed to contradict it, so.
Well, we
I don't know
had
if
a
you-
sidebar after the previous discussion, and I guess the risk of not doing this tonight, and it's just the definitions, and we talked about maybe adopting everything but the definitions, but you could have a large development come in that's in the floodplain, that's coming in under the old regulations. So, against that possibility, and if we're only talking about 3 or 4 maybe inconsistent definitions, we can fix those just as quick in 45 days as we can fix the whole ordinance. So I'm inclined to be overruled by Mr. Zinkowski.
I'll withdraw.
Can I ask you to change your terminology?
What?
You used the word overruled. Can you say, based on your discussion with Bob, you agree with his recommendation?
I agree with his recommendation. I have no problem with his recommendation.
I'll withdraw my motion.
I agree.
It is the current map, and we are a little bit behind adopting it. So I think that's more important than getting the definitions consistent at this point.
All right, I'll move the adoption of ordinance 2011-04.
Second.
All right, board comment on adopting this ordinance as it's written.
What is the
definitions.
mechanism for making the changes? We'll introduce a separate ordinance
There'll be
at
a
our
separate
next
ordinance,
meeting,
right?
and then set a hearing date on that?
Yes. Yes.
And pay for the advertising again.
Can anyone give me the current definition of structure?
It's right here.
Matt?
It's actually
It's a
very
big building.
close to this, except that it's more
you.
precise. This definition is much broader. This definition names a few more specific things that are included.
Okay,
But
my
they're
concern-
essentially the same.
Well, my concern is the unintended consequence of the new definition of structure and the effect of all the other zoning we currently have. So if we approve this tonight, it takes effect in 30 days,
Yes.
but we won't be making the amendment for at least 45 days, so there'll be a period of time where this definition will reign in our
Well,
zoning code.
But the
No,
risk of
neither
not
one
having
will
the
reign.
floodplain map, it's a greater
I'm not-
risk.
not-
That's
I
where
just
we're
want to
weighing.
understand what we're doing.
John, I think both, it's only an issue if that definition comes into play with
I see.
with an application. So I'm going to look at both definitions, and there's a third definition in the planning code, which I think is probably identical to what's in your zoning ordinance. So we're going to look at both of those if an issue comes up where that has to be interpreted. And then the
Okay.
zoning officer will give his opinion. And I don't see that as much of a risk, really, going forward.
All right. Yeah, the definition seems reasonable to me, but I don't have the other one in front of me. At this point, any further commissioner comment? Okay, seeing none, any public comment?
Jim Schnell of St. David's. We have to remember that Radnor is quite a hilly place. Floodplains are crucial to our proper development under the zoning code. And I don't think extra time is going to really have any debilitating effect, as opposed to the intent of the charter that we relax a little. And Mrs. Stern, in fact, raised another 2 items that she seemed to feel needed a look at. So I'd hope we could hold off on voting.
Thank you. Any further public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll put it to vote. All those in favor say
Did we
aye.
actually introduce this again now? Because I thought
I
we
think
voted to
I
table
did.
it. You introduced
Yeah, Bill, and we
And
had
I
a second?
seconded it.
Yeah. Introduced by Spingler and second by Nagel.
Trying to move this meeting along. I don't want you to fall asleep, Kevin.
There's still plenty of.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. The ordinance has been adopted.
Next.
Hang on, did we want to set,
Oh, no, he's just
well,
going
we
to
have
go
to
do
just
it.
take it up.
We'll take it up and bring it
because
to the
we didn't
next
make it
meeting.
part of the motion to
Yeah.
set.
No. All right, next I would like to move Resolution 2011-25, authorizing McMahon Association as traffic engineers for Route 30 closed-loop system timing issues. Additional traffic engineer services are needed to address timing along Route 30 corridor. Funds for these services are allocated in the 2011 capital improvement traffic control systems, so I'll move the approval that McMahon Associates in the traffic engineer services in the amount not to exceed $15,000.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Any commissioner comment? I'll just comment. I'm glad to see this. We spent a couple million of PennDOT's money to put in this light system that I was assured would allow me to drive from Bryn Mawr to Wayne in about 10 minutes, and that isn't working. So hopefully with the timing improvement, we'll see some improvement in flow of traffic. Any staff comment on this? Okay.
Just to add one, as I know a number of the commissioners have had concerns from residents in regards to the timing, so this will address a number of those issues that have been raised.
Okay, thank you. Public comment?
Hi, Jim Schnell of St. David's. I live 50 feet from one of these traffic lights. I'm wondering if this is a bid item. Should you be bidding this?
Professional services.
Thank you.
Traffic engineering.
Also, I object that additional services are needed. I know that PennDOT guaranteed it. PennDOT is a competent agency. I don't know why suddenly a Radnor financed contractor is on the scene. Can we put PennDOT in the spot and ask them what their problem is? I mean, it is a highly technical item. And to think McMahon might run into technical or software problems, and we could be paying 45 grand by the end of the summer.
Okay, it's a good question now. I would assume we are responsible for the timing of all the lights in the township at this point?
There's a coordination with PennDOT on state routes, I believe, but we'd be more than happy to send PennDOT an invoice for this.
Okay. So, I think that's a good response. I think we should.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bob, just, as you go through this, if you could just, you or Bill could monitor one thing. I know that I've had a few historical complaints about how the traffic on 30 blocks some of the side streets, so people get stuck for an extended period of time, in particular on Kenilworth, trying to get out. So if you could just keep an eye on any effect on side streets as we do this to try to make a smoother flow of traffic down Lancaster.
We've been working on that. When we come up with issues, we get complaints from any residents. We do go out there and work with McMahon on changing the timing on some of the side streets to alleviate the backup. So we have been doing that, addressing that.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. All right, any further public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I would like to move Resolution 2011-26, award a bid for emergency sewer repair. This bid is in order to repair damaged or failed sewer lines and control the expenses incurred when such emergency should occur. And the low bidder is KE Cipher Incorporated for a 2-year contract for the purpose of emergency sewer repairs at a cost not to exceed $14,180. And I'll move the approval of the resolution.
Can I just get Paul or Bob, can you just give me sort of a brief explanation how this gets implemented? I mean, because it looks like it's a series of hourly rates and things like that. So I guess if this is just sort of the emergency repair element of it, and then the actual repair gets covered elsewhere, and is this sort of the way you're going to handle this, a cap, and then if we have more need because the cap gets reached, you'll come back and ask for more funding? Is that how it gets implemented?
That would be correct. And that would be something, too, that it would be outside the scope of the Public Works Department on an emergency basis. If there was a collapse of a culvert or that it's already, we have a fixed number here that we would hold a contractor to instead of getting an emergency repair done. And then we would be at the will of the contractor to charge whatever they could be. And then we would come back to the Board of Commissioners, you're correct, for additional monies, or if that cost expanded. But pretty much their costs have now been set here prior to any type of event.
And this isn't a per event cost. This is it could be one event, it could be 3 or 4 events, but essentially this is the template that lets you negotiate with them to repair the problem.
That's correct.
Very good.
Any further commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any
Next-
opposed?
Next,
Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I'd like to move Resolution 2011-27, award a bid for triaxle hauling. When we have a need for trucks, like removal of large amounts of snow, we contract to get these triaxle trucks so we can haul the snow away and other times when we need them. What we did, we picked 4 bidders. We start with the lowest bidder and then keep on down till we fill all our needs for trucks. So the bidders were Mayfield Gardens, $74.50 an hourly rate, Richard Trucking, $75, CL Fitzpatrick, $75, Tommy Paving, $75. Night and weekend rates, Mayfield Gardens, $81, Richard Trucking, $80, Joseph E. Susher and Sons, $82, and Angelina Construction Corporation, $84.50. And I'll move the approval of this resolution.
Moved and seconded. Commissioner comment?
I have a question. Is there going to be any problem that the last 2 under night and weekend rates aren't the same as that you have different ones for night than you do day? Does that pose any problem for you?
No, it's availability of trucks. So we just go and get them, and they were the lowest bidders.
Oh, I understand that they're lowest bidders, but sometimes you can get problems with dispatch.
There shouldn't be a problem at all with it. Depending upon the storms, availability of the trucks.
I think that's
we
part-
just get them
that's
as
part-
we need them.
Right.
It's
Okay.
I think that's a part of it, is the availability. And depending on what type of event that would require us going to that level of hauler to be able to get that product.
Something I could see.
All right, any further commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll put it to a vote. You guys ready?
Yep, we're ready to vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I'd like to move Resolution 2011-29, 2028, I guess, award a bid for mulch. Mayfield Garden was the low bidder, $15.75 a yard, 600 yards for $9,450, and I'll move the approval.
Commissioner comment? Hearing none, public comment? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I'd like to move Resolution 2011-29, award of bid for turf products. The low bidder was Fisher & Sons for the purchase of turf products. Seed was $26,150, fertilizer $15,309, biostimulant $9,840, and I'll move the approval of this resolution.
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
No. Next item is, Dan, are you going to take this and present to us the estate of George Atterbury, subdivide 13.6 acre parcel into 5 lots at 615 Newtown Road?
Okay, thank you. This is the Atterbury property. We have Newtown Road running across the top of the page. Sproul Road is bisecting the property, running in a north-south direction. Currently, there is the places shown in yellow show the existing houses. There's a carriage house, the main house, and an existing garage. The orange shows the existing driveway that is a horseshoe shape that travels through the property. The blue solid line is the perimeter of the tract, and the blue dotted line shows the tract being subdivided into 5 lots. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the new homes and the new driveway shown in purple. So there's one driveway that will serve 3 lots, and that is being relocated from this location. And the existing driveway coming in opposite Radnor Chester Road will serve this one new home. The new homes are shown in green. So you notice the current driveway is located on the neighboring properties on Van Leer's Run. That is being removed and relocated onto Lot 1, onto the Atterbury property. There were 12 comments that the Planning Commission agreed to, and they are before you. Items 1 and 2 are referred to the waivers that were granted by the Planning Commission. Those waivers to be presented in writing. Item number 3 refers to Lot 5. This is the lot that is actually across the street on the Conestoga Swim Club and the Montessori School side of Sproul Road. So that lot is to be deed restricted from any future development. And the reason for that is because the floodplain that basically takes up the entire front of the property. There is a small building envelope in the rear of the property. Item number 4 is a typographical error regarding the zoning table. One sheet doesn't agree with the other sheet. Item number 5 requires a highway occupancy permit to be obtained by the applicant for the current driveway serving the one house, as well as the new driveway that serves 3 homes. Item 6 requires them to comply with the Shade Tree Commission's recommendations, and some of the specific issues brought up by Shade Tree concern some trees, and the applicant has shifted the driveway to make room to keep the driveway away from the trees. Item 7 requires an NPDES permit since more than 1 acre is being disturbed. A little over 3 acres is actually being disturbed. Number 8 requires a 15-foot wide easement for a future sidewalk to be granted that runs along the existing right-of-way of Newtown Road. And they also requires the applicant to post 1/3 of the cost of the sidewalk into an escrow account with the township for a future sidewalk construction.
Would that also be if we decide to just put a path? It has to be a sidewalk.
I take it to be a path or a sidewalk.
And Dan, is 15 feet from the legal, does that encompass where the current fence is now?
It would come a little bit further than the
Further
fence.
in than the fence, so if we ever did exercise that, the fence would have to move.
Yes.
Would you show us again where that is on the
Yeah,
plan there?
that's running parallel with the existing right-of-way. So on the plan, I'm not sure if you can see it, but there's an ultimate right-of-way shown. So that 15 feet is basically the distance between the ultimate right-of-way and the existing right-of-way. So a typical sidewalk is 4 feet wide, and we want to keep it as far away from Newtown Road as possible, just because of the high speeds and the volume of traffic.
So when you calculate the cost of putting a sidewalk in that the 1/3 will come from, it would include removal of and
There would
putting
be
up
grading, the installation of the materials, the grading, if there's any trees to be removed.
and removing the fence and putting it back, or
Not necessarily putting the fence back.
but just removing the fence?
Yes, if
Okay.
that's where, that's something I should look at
Okay.
to confirm, because it may be positioned, well, it couldn't be on the front side of the fence.
Right.
So that would be something that I would speak to the engineer about,
Okay.
making sure that was included.
Dan, we're waiving the sidewalk. Are they required to put a sidewalk here?
No, they're required to put 1/3 of the cost of the sidewalk in escrow.
No, but I mean under our zoning. Are they-
Yes, that's one of the waivers.
Why are
So
we waiving?
Item number 2 is a waiver of the sidewalk.
Why are we waiving the sidewalk?
That was a long discussion at the Planning Commission. And they felt that because of what exists now, that the fact that there's no sidewalk on either end of this, that putting the sidewalk in now didn't make complete sense.
Dan,
They
I think
felt that
the
in
issue was
future-
more around the legal definition of sidewalk and having to be constructed to the PennDOT rules for sidewalks, rather than it possibly could be just a walking path. I think that's why we ended up the way we're seeing it tonight.
Well, we did have a conversation about, instead of putting in a sidewalk that met ADA requirements, certain grades, that we would back off. But one of the other things that was discussed was the fact that there's no sidewalks before and after this.
Right.
So they're required to put sidewalk and curb?
Under the ordinance?
Yeah.
Well, the ordinance calls for a sidewalk to be installed, doesn't mention curb.
And I recognize the character of this area, doesn't currently have sidewalks, but the whole point is to keep people out of the streets. What is the size of the cartway in this area? Well, actually, the cartway, not on Newtown Road, but in the proximity to the homes that are being built. Are these private drives?
This is a driveway, yes.
I see.
So it's not a public road.
So, okay, and it doesn't meet the standard, it's a private drive, so it doesn't meet the standard for cartways in our township?
That's correct.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But you agree with waiving the sidewalk on the main street, that it'd be better escrow money and maybe we'll put a path in there someday rather than put a sidewalk to nowhere?
Well, if we're talking, well, I thought a sidewalk should go in now. There's been discussions about connecting a trail along the Blue Route up into Martha Brown's Woods from Conestoga Road in the area of Ithan. We know that's going to take a little bit of time. So I felt that there is the possibility that this sidewalk would be used soon. It does get people all the way close to the dentist's office, and then it's a short walk down the hill to Conestoga Road. I mean, it's not an ideal situation for walking, but it doesn't go in now, it's going to be a long time. And the other factor is if the applicant puts it in, he's putting it in completely at his expense, where, we're talking about posting a third of the money now, and one of the conversations during the Planning Commission meeting was to have the township pay for the rest of it. So that's not addressed in this. This talks about the applicant posting 1/3. So the 2/3 is up for debate whenever that happens.
Could we get a path in front of this now?
Well, there are tree issues.
Oh, okay.
So,
Trees would have to come
one
down.
of the concerns from the applicant, and the applicant's here, was impacting the trees and changing the character of what's there. Some of the neighbors that live on Bandeliers Run were in attendance
They
and
didn't want
expressed
sidewalk.
some concerns about changing
Character of the neighborhood.
changing the character. One did say they would use it, but
All right. Okay.
Let me ask you, if you install just a walking path there rather than a full-fledged sidewalk, I mean, presumably that's not at the same cost level as a sidewalk. So if we have 1/3 deposit now on a sidewalk, that may cover a walking path when we're ready to put it in. And if it's going basically where the post and rail fence is now, there aren't tree issues there, there's already fence there. So, I mean, I think this is this sets us up for, if we want a more casual walking path, not a concrete sidewalk. I think this solution sets us up pretty well for that.
and depending on when the money's actually used, the cost today will be different than the cost in a few years. So
I think my only comment on that is if, the fact that we probably won't do it right away, with inflation, 1/3 of the cost today is not going to do a whole lot of good later. And I think it's, why would this applicant get any favor here? Any other developer, any other development in the township would be subject to the sidewalk requirement at its full cost. So and I don't know if it's appropriate, but I would like to see them commit to more than 1/3, even if it is for the trail, or maybe open that discussion up now to put the trail in now and make it part of the design. And because my concern is the people that will be living there really will have only two choices: to walk on their lane, which someday could, in fact, be dedicated as Township Street. In that case, there wouldn't even be a sidewalk present.
Now they're private driveways, they'll never be township
Well,
streets.
you never know. I don't expect it, but, there's the people on that lane may get into an impasse where they don't want to pay for the plowing, and they don't want to pay for the paving, and all of a sudden now.
They're not lanes, are they?
they're gonna
They're
petition-
driveways, right?
well, it is a driveway.
Yeah.
Well, a driveway is a lane is a driveway, and it could become a road, and.
Well,
If you
one of the
widen-
comments is that there has to be an agreement, a crossover agreement approved by the solicitor. Whether that locks it into a driveway mode or not is certainly be up for debate.
So,
But the intent is that they are driveways.
I misunderstand something then, because I thought, didn't you say the driveway is along Newtown Road? Or not, excuse me, the prospective path would be along Newtown
Yeah.
Road?
Yes, parallel with
And
Newtown.
The driveway is the purple.
Yes.
So the path isn't, as I see it, a substitute for the driveway or
Well,
walking
it's
on
a,
the
it's a
driveway.
site improvement, and if the developer is interested in doing such, then they can do that. I just want to make sure that we escrow enough money to do something
Well,
in
well,
the future. 1/3 just doesn't seem enough.
I don't want to see the sidewalk now because it would stick out, but I wouldn't mind seeing a path there now, if they could do that.
Can I-
And get the path done. For
Can I
that
make-
section, it would at least give people a way to get off the road there a little bit, and it would, but nobody should walk on Newtown Road, number one.
Solicitor Rice?
Just a comment, escrowing 1/3 of it now, for how long? And then what happens if we never build it? Do we give it back? I think the concern the Planning Commission had is it's a rural road, a traditional curb and sidewalk doesn't make sense, but, I mean, I've certainly seen meandering blacktop paths that go through trees and around trees. And you've got 4 lots, who are going to move in there, build their homes, start planting things along the road, And if you come in 5 or 10 years from now, they will say, no one told me you were going to put a sidewalk in my front yard. So just from experience, I've seen this scenario. I agree with Bill. A blacktop
Well, are we talking about blacktop path, Elaine? Or are we
path
talking
would make a
about,
lot of sense.
just a,
Something less than a Cato sidewalk.
yeah,
But,
cement sidewalk? You're talking, are you talking blacktop in there?
I wasn't, but.
No, I'm not either.
I mean, I'm talking more gravel,
Yeah.
or a wood chip, or a.
Well, I mean, those materials can't be shoveled or plowed, so if we wanted to back away from concrete, I would suggest blacktop. I mean, there's still excavation that has to take place. There still has to be a base constructed, so there is some root damage that will be done to some of the trees, but gravel or wood chips are, they just deteriorate, they get kicked out. You can't take care of them in the wintertime. So.
What's the aesthetics of blacktop? Would you see it? Or?
Well, the blacktop could meander a little bit more easily through the trees.
And it would stay in the right of way?
Well, it would be within that easement.
Yeah.
So.
Well, maybe we can get the developer's comment on that later. Okay, go ahead.
Maybe if I can just add, maybe that'll help us with traffic calming issues that'll come up down the road. We can address these now, especially not at our expense.
The state road.
Okay, next item is to execute a stormwater agreement, which is fairly typical. And the next one is in reference to the driveway easements across lots 1, 2, and 4. And again, that has to be approved by the solicitor. And item 11 and 12, again, are more either financial agreements or making sure the applicant complies with township, state, and federal guidelines. And
Now, the house as you come in, that comes down?
the existing house remains and the carriage house stays.
The carriage house stays?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to have 2 on that lot?
Well, they were going to remove the kitchen. There is a note on the plans saying that the kitchen will be removed so that it cannot be used as a dwelling.
Okay. So the main house and the garage stay?
The garage comes down.
The garage
main
comes
house-
down, it's on the property line?
Yes, the main
Okay.
house stays.
Okay.
Dan, the waiver of, item number 1, waiver on section 25534E,
Yes.
I believe the essence of that requirement is to prevent future subdivision of a lot. If you have a lot that's 3-4 times its width, it would open up the opportunity for further subdivision later on. What is, the only lot I see that might be the case is lot 1?
Well, lot 1 and 2 are both long and narrow.
But in terms of, I don't know the site, but is it feasible that those lots could be subdivided later and be within, by right, within the zoning? I think is that R1?
Yes, this is R1.
It's R1, so minimum 1 acre lots. I don't know the size of those open areas, but my concern here is,
You can't have an interior lot.
well, interior lot based on,
I don't believe the width, I don't see. The idea would be to split the lot in half.
yes,
That's what that language is trying to prevent.
right.
So they already exceed the 2.5 to 1 dimension, and that's why they're requesting that waiver. And I
Well-
don't see-
Wait a minute, it says that according to the ordinances, the depth of the lot shall generally not exceed their width by 2.5 times.
Correct. So
And
that-
again, a deep lot, I understand we don't allow interior lots, but,
Well, no, well, we do allow interior lots. They have
2
to be
acres or more.
They have to be
Yeah.
2
Oh, I
acres.
see. And I'm sorry, what is the acreage on lot 1 and 2?
Lot 1 is just over 3 acres. That's the gross. And lot 2, the gross is 3.7 acres.
So they could conceivably be subdivided?
Well, you know the width of lots 1 and 2? I don't see it on the sheet. Let me get the lot width. So it looks like 210 and 160. Got 180 and. Yeah, both of them are too narrow to be subdivided. They're less than 240 feet across,
Okay,
and that's what you would need. That's the frontage you would need.
all right. Any public comment on this preliminary?
I'd love to hear from the landowner.
Well, or that's, yeah. Any public comment on this?
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill, and I know this property intimately as Mr. Atterbury was my dad's best friend. The question I have is when Agnes Irwin came in for the work they're doing, the sidewalk was put inside the fence. So why is taking down the fence such an issue here when you're going to allow the fence to stay outbound of the path that's going to traverse Agnes Irwin?
What's Agnes Irwin?
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I guess we'll hear from the applicant now.
Good evening. My name is Chris Cummings. I'm counsel for the applicant for the estate of George Atterbury. And with me this evening is Dave Fiorella, the engineer that prepared the plans and the application, and Chip Vaughn, who acts as a consultant for the estate. With regard to the 12 comments from the Planning Commission, really the only one that we would want to address with the board is that item number 8, which is the request for the easement. We don't generally have any issue with that, although we have requested the waiver, and we think there's good cause for the waiver. It was well articulated in Mr. Fiorella's letter of February 21, 2011. I don't know if you have a copy of that letter, but I can summarize it very quickly, and that is there's a number of grading issues, which Mr. Fiorella could speak more adeptly at than I could, that would be involved in installing. I think this would apply, although we had been focused on a sidewalk, this would probably apply to a walking path as well. There's the public safety issue, which has been mentioned, having the walkway in proximity to a state highway and the high speeds on the highway. I think it's 35 miles an hour on that stretch of road. It's a sidewalk that would begin and end on the property that would not connect to anything. I don't see how it could. I'll defer to your engineer and Mr. Fiorello as to how it could possibly ever connect to anything in the future. There is no sidewalk on any part, I believe, of Newtown Road. There's no frontage of that roadway that has a sidewalk, and you've all discussed the effect, the aesthetic effect that'll have on what is sort of a country road, and then putting in an urban element into that. There's the loss of the trees that's also been discussed, and I don't think that's going to be avoided whether you do the meandering road or the sidewalk. And I guess that's really the reasons for it. We saw the request for what was the recommendation for a 1/3 deposit, and we had the same question that was raised earlier: is what happens to those funds if the sidewalk or the trail is never built? This is an estate that will be resolved at some point, and I don't know whether the expectation is the funds would come back to the property owner or just stay into perpetuity with the township, whether they would be commingled with other funds of the township. There's an administrative issue of how the township's going to handle those funds, and generally whether it's worthwhile in view of all those reasons to continue with the sidewalk. But that's about all I wanted to say.
Well, we're going to be facing maybe another, we have our Drossen down there that might be developed someday. And we'd like to get a path on Newtown Road so people could move throughout the community. We have plans for the trail maybe to come out right where the Friends Meeting House is someday, if we ever extend the trail to the Blue Route and bring it down the Blue Route. And then we'd like to go down Newtown Road so you could walk to the Willows and Skunk Hollow and stuff like that. So we would really like to see a path here somehow, if we could work out with you to put a path here, even if we started out with just wood chips, something that was delineated, was there, doesn't have to be macadam right now because, a lot of people aren't going to be using it, but at least if we get the right-of-way, if we get the wood chips, so that when we do the rest of it, then we could do something here because we wouldn't have to ask the residents' permission. They would all know that there's a path here, and that someday, it might connect all the way down to the Willows.
I don't think the estate would have any objection to what you're describing. There's a request for an easement, put the easement in so the world would be on public notice, any future owners. We'd have the, as you call it, the path or the wood chips or the gravel there, so it would be visible to anyone. And then later on, if the township wanted to construct something more permanent or this other trail, as you mentioned, did come in, you could connect it up. But I don't see how it goes west. I don't see how you get across, what is that, Van Leer's Run there, and going further west. But I guess going east, you might be able to connect it to something. I don't know what the township's plans are there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can work with our engineering problems 5-10 years from now when we get there maybe,
Okay.
but the thing is you have to start somewhere.
Sure.
And if we're going to do this property here, aesthetically, a sidewalk wouldn't do anything. But I think if we put a path there, it was delineated, we had the right of way, you put some chips down, then we have something to work with at the other end and work to continue. Because, we should, on Newtown Road, it's a very busy road, and we should give a way for people to walk around their community. And especially if we're able to do it for a large stretch of Newtown Road, if we're fortunate when they develop our Jocelyn, we can do something down there. And then we can continue to chip away at it. But this is the start. Dan, what do you-
Ultimately, the goal is to connect that side of the township to miles and miles and miles of trails that we have at the Willows and Skunk Hollow and hopefully someday on portions of Ardrossan. So I see this as a real important opportunity for us because this would anchor both ends and will chip away at the middle somehow, some way.
So would you be, so if we got a 15 wide easement and then you put a path, work with the township engineer to put a path on that easement that meanders around the trees and leaves the trees there for now, is that something you could do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would there be interest in
We're
giving,
still talking gravel and wood chips or?
Yeah, no, we're not talking macadam.
would there be interest in making that easement a little bit larger just to make sure that we can do that? Because it seems
Well,
like,
you've got
I don't know the site, but
You've got the 15 feet that they're offering, and I think that's in addition to whatever the ultimate right-of-way is there.
Right now, Newtown Road has a 33-foot right-of-way. Your ordinance requires us to dedicate additional right-of-way up to 60 feet wide. So right now, the difference between the 33 feet and the 60-foot gives us roughly 13 and a half feet of play on our side. So the additional 15 feet is just another foot and a half beyond that. So 15 feet should be plenty to meander a walkway or pathway through there. The issue comes down to with a concrete sidewalk or something like that, where you have to do the grading and to establish the grade so that it's accessible, that starts eating up the width. But I think with 15 feet, you can meander through there without any problems, working with the existing grades for the most part.
And what effect would it have on the fence?
I visualize it, I think that fence pretty much sits at the right-of-way line now, so that fence would stay and the walkway would be...
Behind the fence?
On the interior
Yeah,
side of the
okay.
fence,
Right,
yes.
interior, right. That's what it looks like from the road.
Yes, that's
Mhm.
what I visualize.
Dan, what's your comments on what we're talking about?
No, I mean, what you're suggesting is going to work for a while, but the wood chips are a problem. They need constant maintenance. It's going to save the trees. It's not going to impact the trees. So it gets us past that issue.
Yeah.
And
How about gravel versus wood chips?
well,
If we had to put macadam down there eventually, if we decided to do that 5-10 years from now.
Well, the gravel, I'd want to have it contained so it wasn't kicking out, and as people walk on it, it's going to push. So it's not the easiest. The wood chips might be a little bit better because they'll start to lock together, certainly as they start to decay. where the gravel, depending on the type of gravel, if it's a clean stone, it's going to move under your feet as you step on it. So we could talk about
How about
this
that?
type
How
of
about
stone.
how about that pathway they did at Chanticleer where it was the rubber one, and it was still hard and accessible.
I'm not having a lot of luck finding that. I found plastic sidewalk where they lock together and they can bridge over tree roots. And so when I contacted one of these rubber sidewalk manufacturers, they said that they were moving away from that product into these plastic, the plastic material.
So you would recommend a gravel that is just contained?
I think
with
it should
some
be
edging?
contained with some sort of edging. That way it stays in place and it's not being pushed all over.
Okay.
Dan, the trails that we have now, for instance, the Sawmill Trail that goes along the Darby, and the trails within Skunk Hollow, I mean, they are just compacted with gravel on them. Is that what you have in mind, or more gravel than that?
No, I picture more gravel than that. I think it's going to change over time, but that's what I would want to see at first. So it's a defined walkway. In there, it's in the woods, so you have a beaten path with that material down. This is going to be across someone's front yard.
But it's far enough away from the front yard that it's not really going to impact the houses, right?
I don't believe so. No, it's a long way away.
Yeah, okay.
Dan, I heard a comment that curbing is not required. I was under the impression.
Well, this is a state road, and one of the comments was about additional right-of-way. I was not asking for additional right-of-way because it is a state road. We've gotten into a problem in other parts of the township where we actually have a state road and their right-of-way, and then township right-of-way outside of it. And we've actually had to go in and fix property. There was a wall and there was a dam where we became obligated to make the necessary repairs. So I'm not looking to take right-of-way. If the state wants it, the state can buy it. And if they ever do a road widening project, they'll just have to buy it. It just confuses things.
Because if a tree died, we'd have to take the tree down, all kinds of things, right?
But now to answer my question, when we require sidewalks, do we not require curbing to go with the sidewalks to add to public safety?
Typically, yes, we want to see curb and sidewalk.
Okay. So we're waiving curb and sidewalk. In exchange, we'll get a nice trail, possibly?
Yeah, we're not, again, this is a state road, so I was not looking to do anything that brought the state into, to make this more complicated, other than to get an HOP for the driveways and to confirm that there's plenty of site distance. So
If the applicant can do a trail and maybe escrow some money for maintenance of that trail, because I think if we do, instead of doing an asphalt trail that would have a life, anything like wood chips or crushed stone, crushed stone or anything like that would need maintenance. And I would hate to see it fall in disrepair, and if it could be escrowed, if they could escrow some money to help maintain that over a period of time, that would be helpful.
Wouldn't the maintenance of that trail be the responsibility of the homeowner, just like sidewalks are?
No.
Well, it's not real clear. I mean, we talk about a concrete sidewalk when there's a certain defect, it's the homeowner's responsibility. But we really have no mechanism to go and say, well, you need more wood chips or more gravel.
If somebody sold and you needed a C of O, you wouldn't go out and inspect this.
No.
No.
I think we need a mechanism. It is, I would imagine it's far less expensive to do this trail than it would be to do a sidewalk and curb. So therefore, maybe in exchange for that, they can ensure that it will be maintained.
What do you think, something like a 5-year period? They place money in escrow for 5 years worth of maintenance?
That would be good.
Can I just be careful? You're talking escrow to a lawyer who's dealing with an estate. I have a feeling he doesn't want it in escrow. He needs closure. So he needs to have resolution so the estate can get dissolved, right?
Well, when we say escrow, I would actually say that this money will be spent, meaning we will just plan on getting that maintenance done.
Just a contribution to future expenses.
Yeah, it's not really, it's an escrow, meaning the money's set aside now, but then it would be used to improve just that stretch.
So we'll leave the word escrow out of it. It'll be they
Well-
deposit monies.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend, why would we even want escrow? Why would we even want to maintain it? We should make it as the property owner's responsibility.
Well, I don't know the mechanism for that. We have the mechanism with sidewalk maintenance, but we don't
The
necessarily have it
mechanism
for
would
this.
be a condition of subdivision
Right.
approval, right?
You'd impose it as an obligation on each of the lots.
If I
And
could
then
add,
we
we've
would be
al-
able to enforce that.
We've prepared a declaration of easements for the driveways that have been discussed. We
Right.
could add the trail to that. That'll be recorded, be approved by your solicitor, it'll be recorded, and it'll be an ongoing obligation of anyone who ever takes title to these properties.
Okay.
Okay.
Just ask, though, if we at one point decide to change the surface, or, let's say we do have this wonderful trail and we want to make it consistent and change the surface, would the fact that they're now,
No,
we
it's our
could change it
right-of-way.
at our will?
Yeah.
And they would still have to, okay.
Right, there's going to have to be a sidewalk easement or a walking trail easement, whatever you want to call it.
What?
There's also a common driveway easement
Oh,
that's
you
going
wanna
to
vote on
be.
this? As well.
Okay.
I don't think you've seen it yet.
No, I haven't seen, okay.
All right, so number 8 is going to read, provide a 15-wide easement parallel to the legal right-of-way of Newtown Road, and to construct a gravel path. How wide's the path, Dan?
4 feet.
4 feet path that is contained, the gravel's contained. Okay, and that's all we need there?
No, and the condition, and the maintenance condition.
Well, no, it's already, well, the property owners, yeah, and the condition that, and the deed will be that the property owners maintain that, well, to township satisfaction, okay?
Yeah, I think the path needs to be more than 4 feet. That would be a personal path in my yard. Any public paths that we have are generally 8 feet wide. Excuse me, the Radnor Trail is how wide?
Well, that's a trail.
Normal
Walking
sidewalks, I think, are 5 feet.
The physical dimensions probably ought to be more than 4, but I think ADA would require, if down the road the township wants to put something more substantial, what's the ADA requirement? 8? Isn't it 8 feet?
No.
4?
4-foot sidewalk.
And that's an ADA 4-foot wide? Okay. I thought it was more than that.
Can I just make a comment? About 12 years ago, we developed Brook Farm, and there's a trail that runs from Church Road all the way over to
Maplewood.
Brook.
From
Maplewood, I'm sorry.
Brook to Maplewood.
And that trail, as far as I know, is, people use it, and you have to cross a stream, so it's certainly not ADA.
Yeah.
But it's not 8 feet wide, and it works just fine. If what you're talking about is a trail, then don't make it become something that it's not.
Yeah, we're not talking about trail, we're
And,
talking about path.
You know, I think this
Sidewalk.
compromise makes a lot of sense, because, I don't know about the rest of you, but I drive that road at least 2 or 3 times a week. It's one of the most beautiful roads in Radnor. Don't destroy it by tearing down all the vegetation, trees or not, fence along Newtown Road. It just doesn't make any sense. So, just
Thank
a
you.
comment from the consultant.
A good compromise.
All right.
All right, did you get that, Dan? All right,
Going 4 feet wide.
Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend that we go 8.
8.
Correct. Again, if you're
This
going to
is
make
not a
this into
trail.
a trail, but if some point in the future you're going to look at that, why not put it in at 8? Because again, passability on both of those, if you have jogging, you have biking in that, the issue is, I think 8 feet fits within here, going to the asphalt to replace it with concrete. I think
We're
this
not-
is an
yeah,
opportunity
when you
for
go
us
out
to
and
do
look at
that.
the site, you'll realize that's not
possible.
We can't run it all the way down there. The whole street, we can't run an 8-foot, if we
Won't
get
work,
4 feet
Bob.
all the way down, we'll be very happy,
I was going to say, could we give you 4 feet and then reserve the right in the easement that if you want to widen it at some later date? I mean, it's already there. Part of the problem was that you were afraid or concerned that future homeowners,
Wouldn't want
would
it.
put in flowers or something like that. We would,
Yeah, I mean, as long as the easement
John, your mic?
If you only build 4 or 5, as long as the easement's large enough to get in there in the future, do grading that might have to be done, there'd have to be some kind of a grading easement if the township ever wanted to go in and construct something.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I don't know whether 6 feet would be a compromise. 4 foot, construct it now with a overall 6-foot easement or whatever's, would be necessary in the future.
Well, we have a 15-foot easement.
Oh, is that what it?
It's
okay.
15 feet easement.
Okay, so we'll have,
It's a 15-foot easement, which the applicant will construct the 4-foot wide path.
Well, I think a good compromise would be 5 foot.
Dan, what's your,
5 feet sounds great.
how about 4 3/4? All right, 5 feet? Okay, 5 feet. You agree with 5 feet?
5 feet.
You agree to all these conditions? The other conditions? Well, since you've agreed to all those conditions, I'm going to move the approval of the application with those conditions.
We'll have a resolution on it.
This
This is just
it says final.
well, it's a final submittal, but
Okay.
There'll be a written
resolution.
Okay, we got it. Hey, thank you very much.
Can
We
I
appreciate
ask
it.
a quick question about the property in general? It's on the market now? Yes. And was it on the market before the subdivision process? I mean, did you try to sell it as a single parcel?
Dan?
I don't think it was formally listed when the application was originally submitted. It was listed about a month ago.
So there was never any thought of trying to sell this as a single parcel?
We are. In fact, there's a sign
marketing
on
as
it now.
both?
It's listed. They've had
As a single.
every broker on the main line through the property.
Okay. But with these subdivision plans, or?
We're trying to sell it as a single.
You are
with-
trying,
with-
right.
As one tract,
Okay.
which would render, a lot of this
Right,
moot if we
right.
ended up doing that.
Okay.
But that is certainly an option that, frankly, I think it might even be our preference, than having to go through constructing the improvements and all that, because this will add a significant cost. I don't think we have an estimate yet, but it's probably going to be several $100,000 in improvements. And if we could just sell it to one person that wanted to take over the mansion house there and renovate that and improve that, that would be ideal.
Are you getting any bites on that?
Not yet.
Not, okay.
But if you're interested, I'll leave my card.
Well, now you got this free advertisement, maybe it'll help, You might be inundated
Dan, a
tomorrow.
question. What's the deadline for action on this plan?
March 31.
March 31. Okay, thank you.
We have a letter of extension to that date.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, gavel, Spengler, you ready? You have one more item.
All right, Dan, you ready to go on Eastern University? What's the timetable on this?
This is, we have a letter of extension that expires the end of this month.
Okay, thank you.
This is Eastern University, and I have an overall site plan of the entire property shown here. The campus itself is shown in the blue line. The 2 areas that are being discussed tonight that are proposed for construction, the green area is the proposed student union. I'm sorry, this is Eagle Road running across the top of the plan. We have Fairview and Fenimore on the left, and King of Prussia Road is running north-south on the right. So the proposed improvements is in this location. This is the proposed student union center, shown in green, with some additional driveway access and some walking paths around the building. And also, as part of the application, is the expansion of a parking lot that's in the northeast corner of the campus. This is the Eagle Learning Center that was constructed a few years ago, and they had a short parking lot installed at that time. So under this proposal, they're expanding this parking lot. So I have two sheets here. This is the Student Union Center. This is a blow-up of the area. and the next sheet is the Eagle Learning Center and that parking lot. So again, we have the building itself is located here with the walking paths around the perimeter of the building and a driveway access that is coming off of the main driveway that bisects the property. So there were 12 comments from the Planning Commission.
You go back to the last one for a second. I want to just make sure.
The blow up of the whole
Yeah,
campus?
the one you went first. I want to understand where Houston comes in on the map. Can you show me, is Houston one of these roads that look like roads to me?
This is Houston here.
Okay. And what's that, Bell Road's over there, to the right?
This is Montgomery,
Okay, got it.
and this is Cornwall.
Got it.
The first comment is the zoning table on sheet 2 has some blank fields. They need to be filled out, and it's specifically related to parking information. Item number 2 refers to an NPDES permit. There's approximately 2.7 acres of land that will be disturbed under this application. Item number 3 requires them to comply with the Shade Tree Commission's recommendations.
Have they been before Shade Tree already?
Yes, they have.
What are the recommendations?
Let me pull that out for you. Not jumping out at me, bear with me.
Do you have them?
I don't have the Karen Daniels in here to tell you if it were. You want to go up and tell us, Dan? Sure.
Do you have a letter or?
I don't have the
Okay.
letter. We were proposing a number of trees along the
First of all,
driveway.
could you go to the mic, identify yourself and...
Karen McManuels, the civil engineer on the project.
Okay.
We had been in front of the shade tree back in the fall, and they were asking us to put some more trees along the road here, more canopy trees in this as opposed to just evergreens. We were putting a buffer in there, and they were asking us to put in canopy trees, and we said fine. We don't have any objection to that.
That's on this driveway leading up to the student union?
Right, yeah, this is actually this from this elevation, this leads down to a loading dock area back here. So that we were adding trees along here to buffer and adding trees along the pathway for buffering. And they were asking for more of a canopy tree.
All right. Just before we get off at number 1, zoning schedule in sheet 2 of 24 must include the parking information in the fields currently noted as NA.
Right.
What information specifically, Dan?
What?
Do you know what those blanks are?
I do. I have the I do have the parking count. When we had originally submitted the project, we had submitted with no, we were not adding any students, so we were not proposing any new parking. We were required to do a parking study, and we did that study, and Currently, they have, with the parking study, they currently require 1,023 parking spaces.
This is the entire campus?
This is the entire campus.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, it was 1,041 spaces. And right now, they have 1,082 spaces. So they have, by code, what they are required. And then with the student center,
Hold on for a second. Do you agree with that calculation, Dan?
Matt Ballman and I looked at the numbers, and yes, we are in agreement.
You are, Matt?
Correct.
Okay.
Could you,
so,
actually, before we go on from that point then, could you just describe the change in uses? And are there any new proposed uses at this location, and what the parking calculations were?
yes, there is no proposed uses. Currently, this is, the student center resides in what is known as Walton Hall. It's the original house that was on the project. And there's a dining facility in that building, and there's a couple of offices in that building and student activities. The student center is proposing the dining facility, which is this wing right here, and down the center is some offices and administration rooms. The dining facility is being increased in the number of seatings that is from the original dining facility.
So what's happening with the old facility?
The old facility, right now, they'll rework with offices. Carl is here from Eastern. He can explain what's happening with the old facility.
And will that change from a student center to offices?
It'll
Will that
change.
affect the parking calculations?
That's already been taken into account.
All right.
Can we get the detail on the parking calculations? I want to make sure that we do have adequate parking. I understand we've been given a number of 1,041 parking spaces required, and you currently have 1,082.
Right.
But I want to make sure that the calculations that were done based on the proposed use will be adequate, and we're, based on our current zoning.
Okay. The numbers were generated based on the current codes. The primary counts were based on the bed count, that is the dormitory bed count. And then the offices that are there, the bed count was the 1 per 3. And we added up the number of offices that are distributed throughout the buildings. And the first 50,000 is car spaces based on 1 per 200 square feet. Anything over the 50,000, it was based on 1 per 300 square feet. And then there was the gym, the fixed seating in the gym area was taken into account. The fixed seating. The fixed seating added 1 per 4 is the fixed seating, and the office building, and then the other areas, such as the remaining square footage of a building, that would include like the hallways and the bathrooms and the mechanical rooms, and those spaces were based on the last category in the code, which is 1 space per 1,000 square feet.
And the sheets that you have in your hand that you're referring to, these are the calculations that you performed?
Yes. This lists every building.
Do you have copies of those, Dan?
It lists every building that's on campus. It lists what the building has, the office area, the remaining areas.
I think those parking calculations should be made available to the board and to the public.
And were these?
These were all submitted.
These were all, yeah.
These are in the land development file, so.
Well, I would like to have copies of them made available, please.
And this was to planning? Was this application to planning?
Yes.
And was the planning commission provided these calculations and the specifics?
No, I don't believe that they were provided the calculations. It came up during the discussion that Matt had looked at the numbers, Matt Ballman had looked at the numbers and was satisfied with the calculations.
I see.
I believe that the initial count needed some clarifications, and Matt had requested that, and Eastern had presented the new updated numbers.
And these calculations, for instance, one parking space for 3 beds, is that based in our zoning code, or is that based on?
That's in the zoning code.
That's in our zoning code for planned institutional?
Yes.
Okay.
These numbers are all based on the zoning code. That's where they
PI?
came from.
Okay. Okay, no further question at this moment.
Well, we're not voting on this tonight, I understand. This is simply a caucus session.
That is correct.
Informational session.
The
So before we do, this does come to us for preliminary plan approval at the next meeting or the one after. Unless you give us an extension, I guess it's the next meeting. I would like to have copies of those parking calculations so we can review them, and if necessary, with staff. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just, Dan, the other thing I'd like to better understand is at least see something so I can understand what kind of, buffer screening is on that part on Houston and Montgomery. I couldn't quite tell from the map, so you either got to help me or you and I should talk.
Okay, all right. I know that, okay, well, that's fine. And this is the preliminary, so this plan is coming back before you, so more of those details will be shown at that point in time. So this is the layout of the building and the parking areas.
It just, we have a habit of these things coming back to us a
When
little
you-
too far into the process, in my opinion.
When you say coming back to us, you mean after we give a preliminary plan approval, it comes back as a final?
Correct.
Well, that's unfortunately a bit of a misnomer because the most critical stage of land development is preliminary, because all the developer has to do if conditions are imposed on them to get final approval is to comply with those conditions. So, I like to have as much information as I possibly can up front in the preliminary stage.
Understood.
So you can evaluate the project and decide whether or not you want to give a preliminary approval with conditions. And what those conditions
I was
should be.
referring to the landscaping, but
Okay.
I do agree with you.
All right.
Okay, item number 4 is requiring that the applicant identify the size of the parking spaces at the Eagle Learning Center. And let me just change to that page. So again, here's a blow-up of that area. We have Eagle Road running across the top and King of Prussia Road running north-south. So the existing parking lot ends somewhere in here, and there's a turnaround area. So they are proposing to extend that.
And how many spaces additional?
This lot right here is 37 spaces, and
Total number is 37?
the total number is 37. We're required with the code, one of the things with the development of where we were losing some spaces so we can expand a pedestrian pathway, and we were losing some spaces because we had agreed to add some islands into that existing parking lot. So the islands were 10 spaces, and we were losing 13 spaces for the pedestrian walk.
So you're losing spaces down by the Student Union Center, and in order to compensate for that, you're putting spaces on this far corner of the campus. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is that permissible under the code?
Code doesn't address where the spaces are.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if I can ask that this be tabled until the next Board of Commissioners being on the 28th, to allow the commissioners enough time to review information, get questions back to Dan and Matt and John Rice, and then come back, because again, I think there's a lot of questions. I think the board does not have the appropriate information at this time. So if there would be no objection, I'd ask that it be held until that time.
But we need a letter of extension if that is.
Yeah, can we go through the plan and the comments? Because I think there's some comments you're going to want to give back to us. And I know you don't want to
that it's getting late and all
See,
that.
we're used to having a caucus session.
Right.
And I think this, now in a public meeting, we've changed the procedure, so we're having what essentially is a caucus session in the middle of a public meeting.
That's correct. And I agree with you.
And I agree that unless you are tracking this thing through Planning Commission, for many of us, this is the first time we've actually seen these particular plans. So it's important for us to understand them. And I agree with Mr. Zinkowski that we probably need additional time to absorb these things, look at the parking calculations, for example. So if you'd like to give us that extension, we would.
Yeah, I'm just trying to track, because you're right. Matter of fact, until I looked at the agenda this evening, I was assuming this was on caucus at the end of the meeting. Then I looked at the agenda, saw it was in the middle of the meeting. But when are we going to discuss, I guess, the issues and the comments? Also, I don't have a problem
Maybe
giving.
I think what Mr. Zinkowski is suggesting is after we've had the time to study the plan, the commissioners and those of us who are most interested in it, so we can ask intelligent questions. And I realize that you'd like to go through this right now, but I'd feel better discussing it after I'm thoroughly familiar with the plans.
But why wouldn't we go through it and get more information so that you have?
That's fine, but I think
Yeah.
you're just going to.
What's that?
You're just going to duplicate the efforts, but
Yeah, and
that's fine.
all I was asking, Hank, is let us go through a quick presentation of what the building is, and perhaps Dan just quickly go through the comments, and maybe there's feedback that you want to give us to say, why don't you present this or give us this information and things of that nature, instead of coming back and then asking those questions 2 weeks from now. And I have no problem giving you an extension until, would it be April, whatever the second meeting is, the second Monday of April. I have no problem with doing that, but I'm trying to move it along.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, I think also too is being that this has been I'll call it a hot button issue within the area, to allow time for, I think, the commissioners to be able to review this and be able to create that feedback. I know I will take responsibility in regards to the change, and I know John and I have spoken about the caucuses, the way they were, is to actually make them part of the agenda, so I'll take responsibility for putting that as part of the agenda for more dialogue on this. But I think because of the sensitivity of the issue and because there are pieces that, the board does not have, I think the board should take that time to analyze this, and as well as the community to be able to have that. But continue, I think, the questions that you have to get those to Dan, to get to Nick, so that the next time they come back, there's all the questions that they're prepared to answer prior to the meeting.
Yeah, well,
so that they come
that's what we're
prepared for
doing.
that.
This is like our caucus, where we're,
Right.
they're
This-
making a presentation, we're asking questions, asking for additional information. We'll let the public have a comment, and then they'll come back again and again.
And
problem
Nick,
with-
you're willing to extend this till April 25th, did you say?
No, April
11th?
April 11th, is that your
Yeah,
second meeting?
just so you understand how much time we'll have.
And just so you know, too, we initially appeared before the zoning hearing board in October, last October. We've had 4 meetings with the planning commission. With the planning commission, was in October. And then we've had 4 meetings with the planning commission during that period of time.
Yeah.
So just to let you know, this
No,
hasn't
No,
been.
you have to wait, till they're done before you can talk.
We'll have
okay?
public
You'll get plenty of time
comment
to talk. You
immediately
can't comment on each item.
following the presentation.
All right.
So is
I'd
the
like to
sense
hear
of the
the rest
board
of
to
these.
hear the presentation now, and then
Yeah.
we'll, okay.
Yes.
All I think you're going to do is duplicate effort, because they're going to go through this list. We're not
Right.
going to be asking intelligent questions. We're going to ask for the material. They're going to give us an extension anyway. If you want to do that, that's fine, so we get some of their ideas out on the table.
Well, that's right. I mean,
With the clear understanding, though, that this material is going to be given to us, and those people who are interested in can review it. The perfect example here is the parking calculations. Now, with all due respect, if that's in the file, did you make a request for it?
I put in a right to know and never got it. And planning never saw it.
Okay, all right. That's why,
Yeah.
that's, okay. That's one of the reasons why I want
Yeah, I think this-
people to understand and know the full import of this plan, so that we're all giving it the the review that's due.
I understand. And just one comment on the parking calculations. The chairperson of the Planning Commission stated as to the code requirements that the zoning officer will make a determination on the code requirements. Despite that, every meeting that we had, we discussed parking. So, and basically, the zoning officer made a determination on the code requirements, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, and the Planning Commission did not see the numbers, but it was discussed briefly at the meeting.
Well, the fact of the
Yeah,
matter
it might-
is,
it might be helpful.
if the zoning officer says the parking's okay, they can accept that. I can accept that. If somebody wants to dig into it and try and find out something different, fine. But that's what we have staff for, to look at it. I can't calculate it, to look at it and say, this is correct. If they say that, then until somebody tells me something different, I'm not going to go on and figure it all out myself. That's not my job.
Well, why don't we go through the additional comments that the Planning Commission had and see where that leads us?
Okay, the next item is item 5, and that's related to stormwater management. I had some just difference of opinion on the calculations, so I was looking for them to change some of their assumptions. And item number B, under 5B, is looking for the system at the Eagle Learning Center, and that needs to be added to the plans. Item 6 is to identify trash dumpster locations and how they will be shielded from view. Item 7 refers to walls over 4 feet in height, that they have to provide design, the engineering design. Item number 8 is in reference to the upgrading of the intersection of King of Prussia and Eagle Road. And basically, I'll just read this. The plan includes upgrading the intersection of King of Prussia and Eagle Road in accordance with one of the 3 proposed configurations or the equivalent optimization of the level of service of the intersection.
What does that mean?
So there were 3 scenarios that the applicant's engineer forwarded on to the Planning Commission, and I can show those if you'd like, to widen King of Prussia Road at the intersection of Eagle. Currently, the level of service...
Bill's far more knowledgeable than me, but every time we talk about it, he goes, that's a state road. So
It is a state road.
can they even do that?
Yes.
Okay.
But we had a meeting with PennDOT to review what the sketches that the applicant had put together. PennDOT had some suggestions, wanted a dedicated left turn in each direction, wanted to look at the possibility of incorporating the entrance to Cabrini into the design to allow left turns into Cabrini to be a little more easily handled.
Rather than have the 2 left turns, the light and the Cabrini, they're somehow...
Correct. So they discussed narrowing the lanes to minimize the impact because additional right-of-way is required in order to do the widening. So basically, PennDOT said, we like what you've shown us, we need more information, and we'll work with you to make the intersection improvements necessary.
And who's going to pay for that, PennDOT?
Well, we're looking for the applicant to pay for that.
Why are you chuckling, Nick?
I'm not, well, I was gonna let Dan finish.
I like to...
We're getting estimates of $1 million for this, and PennDOT is asking for a left turn lane going southbound on the Pine Tree, which we don't quite understand why we need a left turn lane on the Pine Tree going southbound, and they're also asking for the right turn lane in the Cabrini going southbound, as well as obviously the left turn lane going northbound onto
See, this is what we
King
need to
Prussia
see,
Road.
these configurations.
Exactly, and we have those, yeah. And that's why, we're trying to trot it out a little bit to you this evening, knowing that you're going to ask for more information on it too. But the estimate we're getting, Kevin, is $1 million in order to do that. That's why I kind of blanch at it a little bit.
Would the plan be prohibited if we don't do the upgrades? Would it fail due to level of service?
Well, the level of service is below the level of C, and that's what is discussed in our traffic, in the transportation.
So without number 8, without the upgrades to the intersection, the plan would be prohibited by our ordinance? Is that accurate?
Well, I don't know that I would word it that way, but it talks about if the intersection is below a level of C, they have to provide us the information to make the improvements.
The ordinance says to make recommendations, it doesn't say.
Who did your traffic impact study?
Gotta do more traffic planning and design.
You don't have to jump up.
And just to let the board know too, at this intersection, Eastern accounts for 7% of the traffic. So just to give you some idea, obviously we know this north-south.
How'd you determine that?
By the traffic study, coming in and out of the Eagle Road entrance for Eastern.
So the way you did the calculation is somebody makes the left onto Eagle, makes the left onto the campus, and if they went up to Valley Forge and parked in their lot, they were.
That's my understanding. I'd have to defer to Guy on that one.
And the other question is the time of the study. You know, is 7% an average of all traffic, or is that the peak? I guess we need to know peak rates and all that.
Good evening, Guy DiMartino with Traffic Planning and Design. To answer the first question, roughly 7%, it was during the peak hours, the AM peak hour and the PM commuter peak hour. The way that was evaluated was the way you mentioned. It was strictly vehicles entering and exiting the Eagle Road main access, either vehicles turning left in at the main access or vehicles exiting, making a right out, heading towards the King of Prussia Road intersection.
And what were the peak
Count any
hours?
cars going down to the dorm area? You wouldn't have seen that from where you were counting.
Yes, it's based on the main access point, and it's roughly 7% during the peak hours.
What are your peak hours?
Peak hours of the intersection, it's 1 hour between 7 to 9 a.m.
No, I want to know specifically what was the time that you found.
King of Prussia Road, Eagle Road intersection during the morning, the peak hours from 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. And in the evening,
What time is your class schedule?
That's the whole point. You got to interface that.
Right, what time is your, like when I was in school, and it's been a long time, I think I had classes starting at 8:10, 9:10, 10:10. So what time do your classes actually start?
classes, Carl can speak to that better.
Carl Aldemare, Eastern University. The classes actually start at 8 o'clock. That's when our first classes are in the morning. 8 a.m.
So do you have and then so they're hour, the 50 minutes?
Roughly, yes.
And what percent of your daily offerings occur at 8 a.m.?
I don't know exactly how much at 8 o'clock versus the rest of the day. They're mostly jump from one class to the next. So the
I just know when I was in college, I wasn't a big fan of 8 o'clock classes.
Well, the percentage of them come to class and then they move from one class to the next.
Yeah, I think, obviously, Kevin, the point of all these traffic studies is your busy time is rush hour, and that's what we're basing that 7% on is rush hour traffic. Now, obviously, I don't know, but maybe at 12 o'clock, there's more than 7% for Eastern, but the problem with the intersection is during rush hour. That's why we present it that way.
What percentage drop would allow us to get back to a level, I guess the levels A, B, C, D, and so on?
Yes, A through F.
Yeah. What drop in percentage would be required
You have to go to the mic.
to return this intersection to a level of A?
It's at an F now, John.
I'm sorry,
It's at an F now.
oh, it's at an F
According
now.
to their traffic study.
Okay. And,
Yes.
and is the threshold C then? I'm just not familiar with this
I think
statute.
C, Dan, is it C?
It's a minimum level?
Is it above a C?
Minimum's okay.
Yeah. Is it recommendations above a C according to the code?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what percentage of drop would it require in the traffic to go from the F to a C?
But we're kind of mixing two different points here.
Yes and no.
I mean,
I guess what I'm trying to attribute is that the 7% of this traffic is what's forcing us to a lower grade.
Well,
I don't agree with that. I mean,
Why not?
John, it's already at an F, and at the Planning Commission, I asked this gentleman whether you could go any lower than an F, and of course you can't.
So
But-
it could be sub F, but we just don't know.
But their traffic study said that if they did timing changes, correct me, this was a couple months, timing changes at the light and put a left turn lane, that would make it a level C, I think. correct?
That's correct. We'd comply, yes, those improvements.
Just those improvements. Now, they want the PennDOT, and PennDOT wants, all this other stuff. So I don't know whether PennDOT would accept, what could fix that intersection, which their traffic study says is a left turn lane and traffic signal improvements, which the left turn lane is going to require acquisition of right-of-way along their frontage and probably along Cabrini's front, not acquisition, but construction.
And that's where really all of us, meaning the township and Eastern, has to work with PennDOT, because to narrow the scope of what PennDOT's requiring would then obviously make it more feasible as far as doing the improvement. But right now, PennDOT is basically demanding the world, or requesting the world.
They're requesting a level C, aren't they?
But
Well, now they're asking for more than that, unfortunately. Not just a level C, making that left turn. They're asking for, as I said, turns on the Pine Tree, turns into Cabrini, and things like that have nothing to do with what we're talking about at this intersection.
Just to react to your choice of terminology, you said we have to work together.
Well, the township, PennDOT will listen to the township to some extent. And that's why we're saying we.
The benefit here accrues directly and solely to Eastern.
Well, in the approval of the plan, but the benefit accrues to the township if the intersection's improved, obviously.
I know the intersection well, and I avoid it because of that, and there's it's not the best way to say it, but, there's sort of a de facto left turn lane anyway, because people.
Right, exactly, that's what we were saying.
If they can squeeze by, they squeeze by.
Yeah.
But the idea that we have to work together so Eastern can build what they want to build is a little bit of a.
Yeah, well, work together on the intersection is what I meant. And I know that the township and Eastern has met with PennDOT, or
Okay,
Dan
so-
has met with him, so.
All right, so we know that's an issue.
Right.
Dan, next item? I think you're up to...
Number 9 is referring, Eastern is to provide a plan to be considered in the future that details a feasible means to connect the gymnasium parking lot to the Eagle Road or to the main campus, which would enable them to close the entrance to Fenimore and
That's the entrance into the sports
Fenimore and
complex.
Fairview.
The gym area. Did they?
Close off that entrance exit
Right.
to the gym area alone, the gym and the pool.
Did they indicate, the Planning Commission, what period of time into the future that they would provide this plan?
It was very soon. I don't recall. We didn't get a date, but I know it was something that they were looking for.
We're in the process of providing a plan right now. We're looking at it now. We know we need DEP approvals because of stream crossings and things of that nature, but we're looking at a plan right now for that.
And when would we expect to receive that plan?
Well, Karen, I think we may already have a schematic of the plan.
We do. We have a schematic.
Remember, this was a comment that was made last Monday. I know.
I know.
That's why we're going through this.
I know.
So, would you like to see it?
I'd like to have a copy of it so staff can look at it and we can look at it as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Well,
Sorry, say again?
It's on the 5-year master plan that was submitted.
Well, then, if it's on the 5-year master plan, then why wasn't that just stated like that as opposed to we're going to give you a plan in the future?
No, because this is more detailed. It's on the 5-year plan that shows a loop road, but this would be more detail showing exactly where the road's going.
They asked for an engineered plan.
This is more of an engineered plan.
Okay, fine.
We're not trying to deceive you.
I wasn't suggesting you were.
Okay.
Dan?
Do you want to? Sure. This is, it has been on the 5-year plan that was submitted as a concept of how we would connect. With the Planning Commission last week, they asked if we would look at it in a little bit more detail and come up with a solution. And right now, what we're looking at, the main road through the campus, you come in the entrance here, and this is the main road that comes through the campus. And this originally had gone out here to Fairview. And our last mission here, we cut off that access to Fairview, so you can no longer exit out there. So what we're proposing to do is we're proposing to come in here and off of the Thomas Drive here, connect over to the gym parking lot. And that's where we are in campus. And this is Thomas Drive that's coming through here. And again, this is where it exited out onto Fairview, and that has bollards in there right now. So this is the proposed new roads that would come across here and connect into the gym. Currently, right now, this is the existing pool, and we would pave this here to get access to the existing parking lot that's there. And then we would end up closing off that access to Fairview.
All right, so you wouldn't go up the hill. There's no way for you to get beyond the existing parking lot going north up that hill past the dormitories. You'd have to come out and go out the main entrance. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
This would come back out and go out the main entrance.
And is this feasible from an engineering standpoint?
It's feasible. There are a number of issues. One is the DEP. We're doing 2 stream crosses. The discharge from this pond area here, and their water wheel is a stream that comes in and feeds this pond, so we would be crossing it here. And then we relocated the stream here a number of years ago that continues down here, which is a formal Gulf Creek, and we would be crossing it there. So we're crossing the stream in 2 places. That we have the riparian buffer issue and DEP.
And have you met with DEP yet?
No, we have not.
You have a scheduled meeting?
Not at this time.
Okay. Dan?
Okay, item number 10 is a typographical error. Somehow 8 and 9 got combined into one.
All right.
And items 11 and 12 require the applicant to comply with the township, county, state, and federal rules and regulations, and then also to develop a financial security agreement with the township.
Well, as I think Mr. Zinkowski suggested early on in this discussion, there's an awful lot of information here to digest, and I think we need to have the time to do exactly that. Unless you want to make any further comments?
Yeah, just, if I could just call Tom Daly up, the architect, just to give a quick overview of what the project is, so you have that, and then you'll have the whole ball of wax in front of you. And Tom, I asked you to please be quick on this.
My name is Tom Daly. I'm an architect at Daly and Jalboot. I just have a few boards. I think many of you know that we met with the neighbors in December. We had 2 meetings prior to that, and one of the things that the neighbors requested was that we present to them the master plan. So we presented the master plan for the main campus, and this is that plan. And the areas that are part of this project, has been pointed out, is the parking lot up next to the Eagle Learning Center, and then this is the student union building, as you have referred to it, the student center. And then the future projects that we reviewed with them were an expansion of the athletic center, which we had shown this connecting drive with that, and then expansion at McGinnis and construction of a freestanding recital hall. Those were all the projects that were shown for the long-term plan of this campus, and there was discussion about traffic and circulation. Then the specifics of this project, of the student center, this is the building is organized on 3 levels. This is the parking lot that, oh, okay, I'm sorry. This is the student center building. It's on 3 levels. The main level is on grade on the Warner Library side. This is the parking lot that will be reconfigured with landscape islands. This is the service drive that drops down in grade to service the lower level. This is an axonometric of how the building would be organized. The dining hall is in the foreground. It has a balcony and a lower level. The main level was the plan that we were just looking at. The Warner Library would be to the top of the drawing. You would enter on the lower level to go to the dining hall, or you would enter on the main level and circulate down through the stairs. There are public spaces for students in the center, lounge space, a TV room, pool tables, obviously, and then administrative offices are on the left-hand side of the plan. And the massing of the building is such that the main center part of the building is three stories. The dining hall part, which is in the foreground here, is 2 stories. This is the Howard Center and the Warner Library building. McGinnis is in the background. We're proposing that a green roof be installed over the dining hall that you will see from the library building. And then the 3-story building, and the building would be made out of brick that would match the brick that was added to the library building. And so that's the basic layout of the building. It's just under 40,000 square feet.
Any questions? Any public questions?
Yep, at this point, any further questions from the board? I'll open it up to questions from the public or comments. I appreciate if they're brief and succinct, as it is now 11:05 and we still have half an agenda.
My name is Christina Peroni. I would ask the board to please send this plan back to planning. When speaking with Sue Stern from planning, they never had the parking calculations, and as we all know, the parking calculations is how you stop overdevelopment. With all due respect to our zoning officer and to Mr. Malloy, there's some real debate about some of the calculations and how we believe they came to those, and I think we need to have a public debate about those. They only had information that was given to them, and we never got to debate that publicly, nor did planning. So I would ask you to send this plan right back to planning. A few points that are very important that I am shocked that were not listed on this was, one was, how do we get students back and forth? You guys rightfully asked for those 4 residents or those 4 homes to put in a path, whereas this is literally thousands of kids who may be shuttling back and forth from the South Lot to this campus. And as you folks probably know, Palmer Seminary, there are 445 new students coming to this property. Now, they've never divulged that, had conversations about it, or talked about it publicly. That is huge amount of growth, and that's happening in September. So I would ask you first and foremost to require them to have a walking path on Eagle Road. So they said yes, that they needed to meet with the neighbors. They showed us these plans, they never showed us parking. I put in a right to know for parking, never got it. I literally came to the Township building today so I could go track down Matt to find the parking calculations. And that's what I had to do as a resident. Now, I am a diligent, obsessive resident. That's why nobody else is here. Because, most people have real lives. But I gave up my real life today to track this down. Secondly, one of the comments that they talked about today was 7%. Well, I just asked the gentleman from the traffic study place that 7% came from them doing a parking calculation on one day. The one day was November 30th, 2010. That's 2 days after Thanksgiving. So I'll just say that I think this information is skewed. 2 days after Thanksgiving is not a time when most people are actively working. That's a very busy time for everybody to be on vacation. I don't know if the school was in session or not in session, but I know that's not a normal time to do a traffic study on King of Prussia Road. As we all know, if we travel King of Prussia Road, it's going to be much more quiet. So I'll just say that we as residents have had to be really diligent with what's going on with Eastern, and I would just ask you for in view of just total transparency to please send it back to planning. I don't think that you have enough data, and clearly we don't have enough data to go through all this parking. We have disputes on most of these parking issues, and we had no time to plan for it. So for Nick to sort of say that he was shocked that this was coming up tonight and all of a sudden there's a traffic planning guy here, I don't think it was shocking. It was shocking to us.
One of the difficulties we have, as you know, is because I'm
dates.
always asking is what's the deadline for
Yep.
action? We don't want to get a deemed approval under
Absolutely.
the MPC. I'm not sure whether the date that Nick threw out is really a sufficient amount of time to allow for this more thorough review and us to act on the plan. If they want to push it and go forward, the option is we either approve it or we deny it.
Right.
So we can talk with Nick about that and see what an appropriate extension is, okay?
I really appreciate that. We just want time to have a public, honest conversation about it. And we never had the parking calculations, nor did planning. So how could planning give you any reasonable review of this when they didn't have the data? So thank you, and I hope my comments were brief enough.
Thank you.
My name is Colleen Price, and I live at 352 Shimoni Road in St. David's. I, too, am very alarmed about what's happened here today. I've had a working relationship with the township. We've been going over these plans, and instead of filing rights to knows every day to find out what was going on, I was supposed to be kept abreast of what was going on. I ended up finding out there was a planning commission meeting last Monday, and on the plan that's submitted, it still says the parking calculations are NA, not applicable. That's what the plan says, and that's your number one comment from the Planning Commission. They've had no opportunity to go through the planning, to go through the parking. And parking here isn't even like a matter of conjecture. It's my word against their word. We've gone to the zoning hearing board. They've testified. Right now, they're 47 spaces short on their main campus. They provided leases dating back to 2004, showing they've leased over 150 spaces from Valley Forge Military Academy. Parking is a major catastrophe over on their main campus. They're trying to put up a 40,000 square foot building. They told you they're going to add 37 spaces, but they've got to take out 10 for a walking path and 13 for putting in some islands, so that's a net gain of 14 spaces when they're already 47 short that they've testified to the zoning hearing board. It's simply outrageous that we're moving forward on this until we have gone over these parking calculations in detail. I don't understand where this stands. If you, from what I'm trying to gather from what you said, is that you have this list here from the Planning Commission, and then you can take some time to kind of look at it, and then you have to give a decision. I don't know how you can even move ahead on this when their number one comment is parking calculations are noted as not applicable. I don't know how you could make any decision on that until you go back to the Planning Commission and they go through it line by line. There's a restaurant that I've gone in and bought a cheesesteak and sat there, and they said there are 72 seats in here. It's not even calculated in the parking calculations. They've got a commercial swim club that they have 200 or 300 members for. It's not even calculated here in the parking calculations. They've just gone through dorm, and everything else is 1 per 1,000 because we don't know what it is. It's very, very serious, and this objective criteria in front of you that there is a parking problem here. And I think it really and truly has to go back to the Planning Commission. I don't know how to do that in their deadlines, but to put in NA on their plan should immediately, I think, void their application at this point. And they've been here 4 times. They've been 4 times before the Planning Commission because the first time they built in the floodplain. And we had to go get the new FEMA plan and make them move their building 10 feet out of the floodplain. Then they came in again with this NA for parking. Then they had to readdress that. Then they found out they didn't have any traffic impact studies. This was all required. Then they had to go talk to PennDOT. And at this point, we have some, I don't know what with PennDOT. Well, maybe there's 3 different ways this can go. It's so preliminary in this stage. I can't imagine that you can move ahead on this, whether it's April 2nd or, whenever, until you have something from PennDOT telling you what they're going to do with Eagle Road. It looks like they're taking some land from neighbors, too. It's not just Cabrini here. Somebody better be talking to those neighbors on Eagle Road. I don't think anybody is. And there's no discussion about what happens on Eagle Road. That's another state road. I mean, there's just, this whole idea of where it went with PennDOT, nobody knows. So I think it is so preliminary, it needs to go back to planning and be fully vetted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? All right, do I have a motion to table this till April 11th?
I don't think we need a motion.
Do we not need that?
This
Okay,
is
so
simply the caucus session.
Right.
I understand that Dan, Nick, and I presume John, you will be getting together with Nick and work out an appropriate extension. But I think there's a lot here to go over, quite honestly.
Dan, what's the day on the extension now? Is it the end of the month?
Yes, we've gotten an extension in the past, and it expires the end of the last day of this month.
Okay, so, and,
Yeah, I already said April 11th. I didn't know, did you want to come back in 2 weeks to discuss the plan further? Or- That's what I did.
yeah,
I'd like to work out the extension first and really ask staff whether or not they think this is in a posture to go forward with us, or should it in fact be reviewed by Planning Commission because it did not have the opportunity to review the parking calculations.
Can I address that, Hank, please?
Excuse me. It seems to me that Planning Commission may have been relying upon staff's opinion about the parking calculations, but the question really becomes, should they have the opportunity to review them themselves before coming to us with a recommendation?
Hank, that's a legal issue, though. It really is a
Well, I'm not
zoning and
directing
legal
it to
issue.
you, really.
Pardon?
I'm
sorry.
not directing
Okay.
it to you.
I mean, there's precedents. I don't recall that we typically reviewed calculations on planning. So I think this proceeded the way it typically proceed in the past. Is that accurate, Dan? Would you agree?
Well, it was an issue that was brought up at previous meetings, and the calculations were presented to the zoning officer, and he
Yes.
reviewed them a couple of different times.
And that, what I'm saying is that's the way we've typically done it in planning.
Yes.
That we defer to staff to give us advice on parking and stormwater. So I don't know that anything happened differently here than happens in the past. If it did, let me know.
Except that parking is probably the major issue with regard to this aspect of Eastern's campus. And it just seems to me that if Planning Commission did not have the parking calculations available to them, how could they discuss it intelligently with the zoning officer? I'm not blaming staff at all for this, because they may simply have been following the procedure. Do they have the opportunity to review parking calculations if they care to? John?
well, obviously, they should have had the parking calculations. But I agree with Don, I don't think anything was done differently here. I know that Colleen Price submitted her own parking calculations. I'm not sure the Planning Commission has seen those. So, I mean, so I think that's been done, and I wasn't at the last Planning Commission meeting, but parking at the two that I was at was always an issue. And Matt had asked for additional information. I think there was a February letter from Eastern's engineer, and then the second February letter is dated the 17th of February, and in that, their engineer responded to Matt's request for additional information, which was discussed at the Planning Commission. And this is the letter that the Planning Commission didn't have and wasn't available for the public at the March meeting. So, but like I said, there was another whole calculation submitted by Colleen Price, and the Planning Commission didn't have that either. So, and I think that that's been the way a lot of that technical information has not gone, at least what I've observed, has not been put in the packets to the Planning Commission members. So it's not that unusual. If Eastern would grant an extension for this to go back to the Planning Commission, then you're looking at putting this on the Planning Commission agenda the first Monday in April, and then not coming back to the board until your first meeting in April for discussion of issues, and then not approving it or acting on it one way or another to your second meeting in April.
But is the planning commission going to go out and calculate themselves?
Well,
Can't we
Look,
calculate
if
the parking?
If the issue is, from the neighbor's standpoint, parking, they should have the opportunity to present their case to the planning commission, just as they've been able to present their case to the zoning officer. Shouldn't they?
Why can't they present it to us?
But just to clarify, so we have full disclosure, the neighbors presented their case to Matt also. The engineer.
All right, wait, he's talking to us. Excuse us.
They presented their calculations as to what, I know Colleen had photographs and descriptions of the various facilities and what she thought ought to be counted. So that was done. They didn't have an opportunity to try to rebut the engineer's calculations for Eastern. So that's sort of the way this came about. Planning Commission, Bill, relied on Matt after getting that information, saying, in his opinion, the parking complied.
Well, should the planning commission and should I go out and try and figure out how many parking spots, or should I rely on staff?
That's really up to the Planning Commission to decide how much information they want before they make a recommendation.
Bill, I think to counter that point, I don't think the Planning Commission should be driving out to the site and measuring buildings and parking spaces, but they should have documentation in front of them, including the parking study and all the calculations that went into it, so that they can make a very intelligent decision and give us the guidance that we need to make the ultimate decision. I'm not comfortable with the fact that they did not necessarily have this information. Unless I'm wrong, it sounds like...
I'd like to address, sorry.
Sure. I just want to say that I would feel more comfortable if the applicant would be willing to extend this and actually go back to planning to present that information at planning on their 4/7 meeting, April 7th, and then come back to the Board of Commissioners on April 11th for the preliminary, and then with the idea of subsequent approval on April 28th. I think it would give us a chance as the Planning Commission to actually go through this information and make a really comprehensive recommendation on that issue in particular. It sounds like they didn't have the information to make that recommendation. And I really do rely on the Planning Commission to give me that advice, because I'm not going to go out there and measure the buildings. I'm not going to go out there and measure anything. I will rely on the Planning Commission's recommendations that end up in this document to guide me in my decision, whether to support it.
I'll probably rely more on the zoning officer's recommendation than the Planning Commission with regard to this. But the Planning Commission gives people who are opposed to this a forum to put forth their position, and the Planning Commission then, based upon two sides of the story, can make a recommendation to us. So I would like the opportunity.
What happened before Planning Commission, please?
And just can I, one other point, and I think needs to be more time, is that the issue of the intersection is not going to be resolved by March 28th, because someone from the township needs to go and meet with PennDOT. I mean, this intersection ought to be, in my opinion, practicing engineering again, ought to be improved because of all the building that's gone on over the past 10 years. It's not just this project. If you look at what's been built on the campus there's been a lot of construction and no traffic improvements at that intersection. So if PennDOT wants a Taj Mahal intersection, that's one thing, but they will listen to the township going there. Once you make a decision on what ought to be there and there's a recommendation, my experience has been PennDOT will listen to the township. If you just go to PennDOT and say, what do you want us to do? They'll say the Taj Mahal intersection. But if they only need the lane and the timing fix, that's a lot less than the 3 drawings that have been circulating around. Whether they grant an HOP or a signalization permit, I don't know. That question, just for that question hasn't been asked, but I think we ought to ask it, not leave it up to the applicant to get the answer.
And the other thing is that driveway from the main drive over to the gymnasium, we don't even know what DEP is going to do with that. And to me, maybe that should be part and parcel of this development, if that's what we're talking about. And I know Nick's going to say, oh, wait a minute, these are two separate things. Well, there's been a lot of times where we've linked on a particular development other projects on the property, such as closing off the other driveway on Fenimore. We did that, and you were agreeable to do that. So, I'd like to see them get in front of DEP, and maybe a condition from the Planning Commission will be that they have this plan, which is now engineered, which Planning Commission didn't see. The Planning Commission gets to see that and says, okay, we want you to go in front of DEP and see if this will work. Because that's been something we've talked about for years and years and years on this campus. And what we got the last time around was, you can't do it because of the wetlands. Well, we're showing an engineered plan now that says maybe you can do it. But we need to have DEP's input. So I'd like to see them look at that too. And I know you think I'm being hard on you, but this is a very, very important issue in terms of not only my neighborhood, but Kevin's as well. So I hope you will work with John and Dan to get an appropriate period of time.
And that's what we've been doing, Hank. We've been doing that. So,
I know you have. But I just want to make sure that you understand, how I feel about it. Now, you wanted to address something?
Yeah, just if I may, about the parking issue. As I mentioned, we met with planning 4 times, and every time we met with them, parking was discussed, obviously. Early on during the parking discussion, the chairperson for the Planning Commission stated the zoning officer will make the determination as to what the code requirements are on parking. That is not something for us to do. And based on that, last Monday, the Planning Commission approved the plan with the conditions that you've seen before you, including the parking calculations. There's nothing served by sending this back to planning. The only thing served is perhaps to have another vote where the recommendation would change, which I think what this is really all about, and maybe some of the people who voted in favor of it will not be at the next meeting. Therefore, perhaps the recommendation would change. I think that's what this is all about, personally, but...
Well, quite the contrary. I think it's giving the Planning Commission all the information and giving us some feedback on some of the issues that I would like feedback on, such as the driveway, such as the intersection.
And we have that in the recommendation. That is all before you in the recommendation. And you have to remember, too, and I'm going to say this, is what is Eastern really required to do? They're not required to do everything in that recommendation, but we're willing to discuss it, we're willing to work with you on it, and perhaps do some of what the recommendations state.
Right.
So,
Nick, imagine how I feel when I get in my packet item number 9, which says Eastern University provide a plan to be considered in the future that details a feasible means to connect the gymnasium parking lot to Eagle Road or to the main campus, enabling the closure of the entrance of Fenimore Lane. Sometime in the future. It is very nebulous, it's speculative, and I'd like some clarity on it.
And that's up to you to decide.
I know,
that's for you people to tell us.
But why isn't planning look at it? Don't you think this is a perfect subject for Planning Commission to look at?
It was
a driveway across the wetlands there?
It was raised for the first time on last Monday. It is on our long-range development plan to be done in 5 years. Dr. Black met with the neighbors and stated that we would do that when we did the gym or the new gymnasium.
But just to piggyback on Hank's comment, item 8, and some of the discussion tonight, this upgrading the intersection of King of Prussia. There's 2 sides to King of Prussia. The eastern side and there's the side across the street that has private property owners who somebody said tonight might lose a piece of their land. But Nick, I saw this for the first time Friday. So
I'm not asking. I don't think you should be acting on this evening, and probably not even acting on it next time. But all we're trying to do is set up discussion with you to see what we can agree to, perhaps what we can't agree to, and move forward from there. It's really your decision here, both the intersection and the interloop road and all of that. It's really going to be up to this board to make that determination, not the planning commission. They're just a recommending body.
But your timing that you set up doesn't allow for that. So I think
Kevin, you've dealt with me long enough.
I know that's,
you know,
and I know that,
you
and quite honestly, I've had a number of conversations with David about this, and I really do think David really honestly wants to be a good citizen and try to find a plan that works for the residents and for Easton. I really honestly believe that. But I think we ought to build sufficient time to try to get this right, instead of, let's do this 2 weeks and let's do the. I mean, I negotiate for a living, so I understand, some of the aspects of this. But if you really want to do this in a productive, open, community-friendly dialogue, then let's not, create unnecessary short deadlines. I understand the need to create a deadline to move the process forward.
Yeah, and Kevin, as I said, you've dealt with me long enough. I believe this board has that I will give the necessary extensions. I never put this board's feet to the fire and say you must decide this evening. I don't think I've ever done that in 30 years of practicing law here.
So maybe Bob, Dan, John, maybe if you guys could just work out a plan, and I'll take you at face value, Nick, because I do believe you. I mean, let's work out a sort of a calendar that says, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. But I've never liked these nebulous statements here, and Dan knows that says the plan will. I mean, to me, it's. I want to see something that concrete that says this will be done, not the plan will say this will be done.
So do we want to get this back into planning? I'm inclined to get this back to the planning commission to afford that discussion.
I think it's a mistake. It's a technical determination. It's going to be made by experts, and we have paid expertise that's supposed to provide us that information. So
We have their recommendation on traffic, and we have to make a determination what we can do there. We have the recommendation on the path. We have to decide when we want to get that done, what we can work with them. And as far as the number of parking spaces, the commissioner should work with staff and whoever else from the public and come up with the number. Instead of having the planning commission come up with a number somehow and then come back to us and we don't agree with that number, and then let's have the argument about the number here. That's what it's about. I mean, the staff's telling you there's enough. People in the public say there aren't enough. Then let's get together with the staff and let's hash out the number, find out what the number is for parking.
This is an issue which has not been fully vetted.
What issue?
The issue of the parking calculations, the issue of the driveway across the wetlands, the issue of the intersection. Some of these things, Planning Commission did not have the opportunity to review them. And if Mark Rhodes says, I'm going to rely upon the zoning officer, that's one thing. That doesn't give people who are opposed to your plan the opportunity to contest those calculations.
What are we doing here?
They contested them. They contested them every meeting.
If I may, I did speak with Matt Ballman today, and I said I looked at some of the calculations that I finally saw from Eastern, and they said there were 4 employees. I said I saw 6. I know that faculty live there. They tell me there are no faculty. He goes, well, those are things you can argue and hash out with them. I'm not going to have the opportunity to do that. That's why I need to go back to the Planning Commission. And Matt said, once you have their letter, you can go and refute what they've said. So I think that's really critical why we need to go back to the Planning Commission.
You can refute it right here at the Board of Commissioners. They're just an advisory board. They don't want to get into a hassle about refuting about how many parking spots, what you think, what somebody else will think. It's a legal, definite thing. It's not something we just pick out of the air. So our staff, I rely on our staff. If you disagree with staff, then we have to have that debate. With your staff, we don't need to have it at the Planning Commission. We have it right here at the Board of Commissioners.
Well, Bill, I think you're making a point, but at the same time, we've already spent an hour on this and we really haven't resolved anything. I would like the single-minded attention of this on the Planning Commission, because that's what their role is, to look at these issues closely and give us guidance. I don't feel like we've gotten, I don't think the Planning Commission, according to Mr. Mahoney, that gave the public, afforded the public the right, the ability to contest these parking calculations because they weren't presented. So, I mean,
given the fact that they didn't have parking calculations, if certain Planning Commission members wanted to review them, They should have reviewed them. They didn't have the engineered plans for the driveway. They don't have the engineered plans or even the sketches. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they had the sketches for the intersection, did they?
We had discussions for intersections.
Okay.
Well, number one, they don't even have to agree to put the path there. I mean, it's not something that the planning commission can mandate. All they can do is suggest. They can't mandate to put the path in as a condition.
Yeah, but we can.
What's that?
Yeah.
We can.
I don't think so.
It's a site improvement.
What's that?
It's a site improvement.
Yeah, but the site improvement has nothing to do with what they're building. It's an extra. They can
Oh,
agree
it
to
most
it.
certainly does.
Yeah.
Well,
This
mean-
crossover to the gymnasium is just down the road from the Student Union Center.
Well, it has no connection with this as I see it.
can
I
I-
think it's. I don't
It's on
think-
their campus.
Can I make a recommendation?
Mr. Rice,
I don't think
yes.
it-
I mean, seems to be some disagreement on sending this, but you're going to table it tonight, no matter what. We'll work out an extension. If we don't, we'll be back on the 28th with this plan, but you ought to at least make a decision in your tabling motion to send it back to the planning commission or not. I think the
Make a
board can
motion
do
to-
that.
Make a motion to table and refer the matter back to Planning Commission.
Second.
Let me just get some clarification. For me, comments number 8 and 9 are so vague. I mean, there's no way this board could make a decision on these two items. Now, that can be remedied with better information. I'm not sure what the best place to get that information is. It seems as though Planning Commission has had some of that information, not so much on comment 9, but on comment 8. I don't want to be duplicative and have the same presentation in front of them again. However, what we're seeing here, that this recommendation that has come from them is, we wouldn't even really know what we're approving because it's so vague. So, I mean, I don't want to send it back to planning and get another vague recommendation like this back. It's a big waste of time. If it goes down to planning and we get specifically, you know, what the plan is to put in this road, when in the future it would be considered, when it, you know, when DEP would be consulted, et cetera, that's to me worth it sending it back. But if that can all happen at this level, I'd prefer to have it here and not duplicate efforts.
Well, just for example, you know, on item 8, and Nick, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I don't know this. I mean, if you're the person who's across the street from Eastern University and you own that corner property and there's a proposal to take a piece of your property to widen the road, this is all news to you.
That's not,
But I'm not, you know, I mean,
it's not there, it's not the plan.
I don't know that.
We haven't seen them.
All I see is widening the road. I mean, I don't even actually, quite frankly, I don't even actually see
But the planning
that.
commission can't work with PennDOT to come up with a plan to do something. We have to sit down as a township and decide what we want to do, and then go talk to PennDOT. That's not planning commission's job.
Right, but we can
They know
do
we
both.
have to improve the intersection.
I would suggest that it does go back to planning, and they focus on items 1, 8, and 9, and at the same time, staff meet with, or the applicant and staff meet with PennDOT to square up what they want to do there. I think this is institutional development. I think it's important that we all take a very long-term approach to this. You know, if this were me adding an addition on the back of my home, probably not a big deal, right? But this is a big deal. It's a 40,000 square foot building. If I were doing this in a commercial world, this would be at least 150 parking spaces for me. This is a lot of parking spaces that I would need. And I'm not really, even to this, after listening to all this, I still don't know how much parking you're adding to compensate for a 40,000 square foot building. I mean, I'm hearing some numbers, but I'm hearing that we had extras, but I'm hearing from the public that there's never extra. It's always parking issues. So it's not clear to me. So we have a motion on the
Well, are
table.
you confident, John, that sending it back to planning, you're going to get a new set of recommendations that have all these questions
I'm
answered?
confident
Or
if we send it back to planning with the explicit instructions that we need clarifications on 1, 8, and 9, that we will get what we asked for.
I would go beyond clarification and look for some level of specificity.
Well, we can do that.
This is a negotiation, and you know that we're going to be negotiating with you. You're the decision makers on this. And as I stated before, and Mr. Rice doesn't have to state it in public, he can advise you separately, we're not required to do all these improvements, but we know it's the price of doing business. We want to get this approved. So we're willing to negotiate with you, but we're building a building that's $8 million, and they're asking for $1 million improvements on Eagle Road. It doesn't make economic sense. We're getting numbers of the loop road that we're talking about being another $1 million after you go through DEP. It doesn't make sense either legally or economically to do all that. It's going to be a matter of negotiation, Hank. You're well
And
aware of that.
What
We've done it in
what
the
is the
past.
first thing you do when you negotiate, Nick? What's the one thing you want more than anything else? Information. I want
And that's why-
information.
and we are giving you the information, and I understand that you're not ready to proceed this evening. We understand that the township and us have to go back to PennDOT and discuss it. We
will.
understand that we also have a plan that we're developing regarding the loop road.
I will
All right, and
let
that's
you
a
know
matter of-
that I don't have sufficient information to perform my function as a commissioner and vote to approve this with these present conditions. Until I have further information, my position would be, if you want to go forward, I would have to deny it because I don't think there's sufficient information here.
And I'm not asking you to go forward. And we intend to present addition. We know this. As I said, we've received these comments last week. We've had a week to come up with a plan for the loop road. As I said, the negotiation is going to occur here. It's not going to occur before the planning commission. That's not their duty. That's not their job. That's your job.
Well, Nick, I think what I'm hearing is that, I don't know where the whole board is, but what the risk here is if this is denied, you're going back to planning anyway. So I'm suggesting go back to planning on just specific items, which is much less than a complete new process. And that would remedy some of these issues for us. That would give the public a chance to be heard on the specifics of the parking requirements. It would allow this board to get the more focused recommendation from the Planning Commission. I think it would be a win-win for everyone. And it would also give staff a chance to meet with everyone and anyone to make sure that these improvements at the intersection are done in a way that is maybe not to PennDOT standard, but to a standard that would improve the intersection enough to offset the increased traffic with the additional construction you're doing. 40,000 square feet, it's a big building, and I understand $1 million sounds like a big number, but you guys have done, from what I understand, a lot of changes to the property over the years, and we've never done any improvements to that intersection.
And there's one other additional thing, and that was something I found out for the first time tonight, and that is the Palmer Seminary is sending over a certain number of students. Now, I know somebody
address
threw out a
that?
number.
I didn't get into that one, but they're sending over 90 students from Palmer Seminary to go to St. David's. There's a campus in West Virginia, there's campuses in Philadelphia. 90 students are coming to St. David's, and approximately 30 of them will require housing.
And that's an increase in how
That
many
has already been
residents?
built. That's already been built into our numbers. We said a 1.5% increase per year, and that number has already been built into that into that.
Well, I don't know how the planning commission is going to solve the problem at the intersection. I don't know how they're going to make a determination on this path here, and I don't know how they're going to figure out how many parking spots are there. I think that's our job, Hank, and that's our staff's job, and we should work together on that. And send it back to the planning commission. Not going to accomplish that. I think we have to work. You know, the planning commission wants to see it improved, but they can't come up with a plan to how it's going to be improved, Hank. We have to do
Bill,
that.
you and I agree probably 95% of the time on issues.
Yeah.
We don't agree on this one.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to Planning Commission. This particular institution is in the first ward. It impacts the people in the first ward more than it does you or your people in the third ward, with all due respect.
Well, Hank, you know that if you wanted to go back to the planning commission, I'll vote with you. You know that. So I'm just making my point.
Vote with me.
Okay, I'll vote with you.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to send this this applicant back to the Planning Commission to clarify some items. And at the same time, we also want staff to pursue some of these issues. I think at this point, any further commissioner comment on the motion? Any public comment on the motion that's on the table? Okay, all those in favor of doing this, say aye.
Okay, before we take the vote, do we need to incorporate the element of the extension into that?
We'll
We're
negotiate that.
Okay.
We're going to have to negotiate what that is. You're tabling it, motion was tabled and send it back to the planning commission.
Okay, and subject to the applicant's agreement on an extension?
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries 5-2. Voting Commissioner Nagel and Commissioner Curley dissenting. That was a long item. Thank you for coming out tonight on that issue.
Any interest in a short recess?
No, let's knock it out. Come on, it's late. Let's go.
How about a 2-minute recess? Anybody need a 2-minute break?
I'm going to take a break at some point.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Okay, we could probably get through most of this, if,
Yeah.
but we'll see.
This is-
But feel free to get up and walk around.
That's under, let's go. That's it under Public Works.
So you're, yeah, okay, thank
All
you,
right.
Commissioner Spengler.
So I move the adoption of ordinance 2011-10, amending Chapter 280 zoning by adding definitions for student housing and adding student homes as a special exception use permitted within R1, R1A, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6, and PA zoning districts.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Seeing none, public comment? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Can I just ask a point of process, Bob?
Wait a minute. Can we vote?
We're in a vote.
Yeah, we voted, but I just want to
No, we haven't voted.
let me just ask my question then.
Kevin, we got to finish the vote. Opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 5-2.
Do we need to just do something in the minutes to clarify that what we voted on is the 2 in there and not the 3, or are we okay? Because okay, so
Yeah.
so we've covered ourselves by virtue of the fact that it was advertised, not.
Okay, motion carries 5-2, noting Commissioner Nagel and Spengler opposed.
It's getting a little late.
And then, John Rice, for item K, the purpose of this is administrative to resolve issues that would arise out of the changes that we made with J.
Correct. 226 had in it several provisions regarding student housing, the use itself. This proposed amendment would take that out to be consistent with what you just adopted in the zoning ordinance.
Very good. So I move the introduction of, and do we need, excuse me, before I do that, do we need to set a hearing date for this?
Yeah.
Or what is it that you need from the board tonight?
Well, and it would be introduced and then advertised, actually would come back on the 28th, would be
So
advertised.
you just need a
for-
motion to introduce the ordinance?
And set the hearing for the 28th of March. March.
March 28th?
It's a non-zoning ordinance. It gets advertised once.
Very good. So I move the introduction of ordinance 2011-12, Chapter 226, Rental Housing Amendment, and set the date for the public hearing for March 28th, 2011.
Second?
Second, Commissioner comment? Hearing none, public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for Commissioner Curley. Commissioner Higgins, Finance and Audit.
The first item on the agenda is the bills payable list 2011-3A, a grand total of authorized disbursement of $1,649,272.55. And these have been processed by the Finance Department and within the 2011 budgetary limits. So I'll move the introduction
Second?
and approval.
Commissioner comment?
I just had one question, Bill. I didn't get to ask this before tonight, and it's not on the specifics, but you have a target date yet for when we'll see the budget year-to-date budget. I know you've had a little bit of a challenge with that. I also know you got the year-end audit and financial figures going on, but, we're now halfway through March, and the next meeting is, we'll be through essentially the first quarter of the year, so I just want to have an understanding of when we...
I'm shooting to have something for the first quarter.
So your definition of the first quarter, just to be clear, is when you report out the full month of March figures to us?
Yeah, I was going to go on to say mid-April.
Okay.
So. Also, please note my previous recusal on issues involving office basics and my current recusal.
So noted. Any further commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
I have a sort of a question on the next item. Look, I'm okay with this, and I'm in favor of this, but given the hour and the diminished attendance, it's not a lot of money, but do you want to defer, or do you want to just move forward, Bob?
I'd like to move forward on this.
Okay.
Again, this
I'm
will be...
okay with that, then. I just wanted to see. Then you want to give us sort of a quick rundown on Resolution 2011-33, which is a request for an authorization to engage the impact group to conduct a citizen survey?
Correct. I think this is a very important part of, as we move forward in the budget, to get a true sense of the sense from the community of what the priorities are in regards to level of services, programs that we can build future budgets on based on those priorities established by the community here. So we would see a standard that would be set for what's priorities that we should fund towards, continue programs, continue services. So I think this is a part of that tool that we will use moving forward in developing budgets, not only for 12, but also 13, 14, and forward.
And just to add a few comments, Bob, that you've outlined in the document of explaining to us, if I miss anything important, please feel free to add it. You're engaging a professional market research firm that will generate a statistically significant random sample of the township such that it's projectable up to the full piece of the township. And that would be a combination of a mailing or cell phone survey and focus groups to accomplish that.
That's correct.
Okay. Did I miss anything that you thought should be added?
No, I think you're right on with that.
Okay. So then and the total cost for this survey is $14,000. So I make the motion to approve.
Moved and seconded. Commissioner comment on 2011-33? Any public comment? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next item on the agenda is a motion to authorize the township manager to enter an agreement with brokerage professionals to bind workers' compensation coverage for the Radnor Fire Company for the period March 1, 2011 through March 1, 2012 at an estimated premium of $22,193. So I have one question before I introduce it, Bob. It's March 14th or 15th, depending upon what your watch says. Are they without coverage, or has it been extended? How is that actually working since it's past March 1?
It's similar to the other coverages that have been approved after the fact. It's been extended. The only hesitation is that there's nothing formal. It's just been based on the information we've received from BPI indicating such.
And just to summarize quickly, this is consistent with our past practices, and the premium is in our budget, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then I make the motion to approve.
Good.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
That's it.
Thanks, Kevin.
Personnel Administration, you have 2 minutes.
Let me flip the page over. All right, first up, I have Resolution 2011-23, authorization to enter into a 60-month total solution program lease agreement with Mitel utilizing, this should say NJPA, National Contract Program, I believe.
That is correct.
Okay. I believe this is the item that we reviewed under the Personnel Administration Subcommittee. And it's the committee's recommendation that we accept this and approve this.
Move the approval of the resolution.
It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner comment? Seeing none, public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We have Resolution 2011-24, authorizing the purchase of MS Office 2010, utilizing CoStar's state contract purchasing program. Do I have a motion?
I move the approval of the resolution.
Okay.
I just
Any
have
board comment?
a question, and I'm going to ask you, Bill, since you're probably the most qualified person over there, but John, feel free to weigh in. Are we sure that this will run on our aged computers? Or are we sort of setting ourselves up to having to go buy, if we do this, go buy new computers? Because, again, my limited experience is if your computer's too old, it doesn't, this newer software doesn't work properly.
Yes, yeah, we are sure that by buying this license that it'll run on the computers that we currently have. So yes, the answer is yes.
I also think that, if I can add, that this brings us into compliance with licensing laws as well.
No comment. Yeah, I don't see, I assume we're running XP or better. I think it should be fine. So I'm in favor of it. All right, so any public comment? All right, I'll put it to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And I have Resolution 2011-30, authorizing the DCNR grant application for open space plan funding.
Move the approval of the resolution.
Second.
Moved and second, Commissioner comment? Seeing none. Public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We have just announced quickly, we have three vacancies on the Ethics Board. Please send your letter of interest and resume to Bob Zinkowski at the Township Building. We also have a vacancy on the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee. Again, send your letter of interest and resume to Bob Zinkowski at 301 at the Radnor Township, 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania 19087. And item U, we have a request for waiver of room rental fees. We were provided two applications for room rental waivers, fee waivers.
Move the approval of the waivers.
No.
No?
Well, let's do them one at a time. One at a time would be a good idea. The first one we have is, excuse me, it's a little late in the night.
I'll move the approval of Radnor Township League of Women Voters.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Commissioner comment?
Just a question.
Yeah, I have a, go ahead, Hank.
There appears to be two sections on this form, one for approval or disapproval by the manager and one for approval or disapproval by the board. Is it a two-step process where if you disapprove, we can overrule you?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And your opinion is, I'm sorry, Hank.
Yeah, just why did you make a decision on the legal voters this way?
I think both of them might recommend a denial because, again, of the political nature that sit out there, and being that what this opens us up to other organizations as well. And that's just my opinion upon
The
this.
League of Women Voters is not a political organization. In
They're
fact, it's
nonpartisan.
right in their charter.
Yeah. I'll just comment, the copy I have, there is no recommendation by the manager. I don't know if, on the second item.
Yeah, mine.
The second one, we got it in the email today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just had the original. All right. Well, at this point, we have a motion on the table to.
If you don't mind, just, Bob, your opinion is still that this should be denied?
It is, and just because of and the application says promoting political responsibility through active participation in government. So that's what based on.
It's not political.
Well, I'll just make a comment. I really do believe that the League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan organization that promotes civic involvement and everything from voting to being part of government and government action. So I'm in favor of this. I don't see this as a political group. I don't see this as even a partisan, bipartisan group. I see this as a nonpartisan group, so.
Do we know where they meet now?
In favor.
Howie's Commons.
So
So
is
they-
that
they
the
meet
space
now
they're
Meeting
looking
there for
for?
years.
And we don't charge them now?
No.
So this is just a continuation of something we've done for years?
And let me just add that this group is 100% Radnor residents who pay for this room every year in their taxes. So to me, that's really a nonprofit that's 100% Radnor residents who are already paying for this room, and it's not costing us anything. They don't use any of our services. To me, this is a slam dunk.
And if you ask staff, they always compliment them because the league leaves the room clean.
Just making the point that be aware, though, that this allows the door to be open to anything that falls within that parameters, which you will then be required to approve in the future.
Well, we'll take each
All right,
case as
let's
it
vote.
comes.
Okay, well, public
Let
comment?
me just ask a question. I mean, Bob, just play that out for a second. If we approve this and somebody feels they're unfairly denied, they complain and theoretically they could take us to court. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Okay, any public comment on this waiver? All right, I'll put it to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries 6-1, noting Commissioner Curley's opposition. And the second waiver that we have is the American Family Association of Pennsylvania. Do I have a motion to introduce this waiver?
Motion that we deny the waiver as per the manager's request, or manager's recommendation.
second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Any commissioner comment?
Just to read something that's in the document here, it says 12% of our members are Radnor residents and 50% live in the surrounding communities, contrasting that with the point that somebody just made on the League of Women Voters.
And there is a comment in here which says we would not be able to afford meetings if rental was not waived. I did a little Google search of this organization, and they apparently have an annual budget of $14 million. Not the Pennsylvania chapter necessarily, but the national chapter, which started in Tupelo, Mississippi. So if they had a $14 million available, I certainly think they could afford to run a place for a meeting.
What's the Franklin, PA address about? You know?
Not sure.
I vote to deny this because it's a very small amount of Radnor residents.
Okay, any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion carries to deny, 7-0. All right, that's it under Personnel Administration. I see nothing under Parks and Rec, Library, Public Health, and Public Safety. Does any commissioner have any announcements they'd like to make? I'd like to jump over those if we could. Okay, seeing none. Any old business? Any new business? Public participation? That's- Okay. Do I have a second on that?
You let us
Second.
down,
All right,
Barry.
we're adjourned.
Move we adjourn.